to get everything ready for today's stream. So, hopefully everything goes okay. Thank you so much for coming. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi, Karen. Hi, Tom. Hi, Guillermo. Hello, Osakawa. Hello, everyone. So, you may have noticed, that some things are a bit... might look and sound a little bit different than usual. I don't know. What do you think? Do I sound, the same? Do I look the same? Hello, Aura. Hello, Dominora. Hey, it's Doctor. Hi, Avery. So, how does it look? Hey, Lina. Yes! Avery got it. Almost. I am streaming from an M2. This is the first stream that I am running on an Apple Silicon machine with the driver that I've been working on all year. And it's finally there, and it works. And I can stream from it. And the cool thing is that because it's so much more powerful and so much quieter than my old Intel machine, that means that I can also do a lot less aggressive audio filtering. So hopefully that also means the audio quality improved. I had a lot of crazy gates and multi-band filters and things to try to get rid of the fan noise. And yeah, that's a lot less harsh right now. There's still some filtering because there's still some, I have my aircon noise and stuff. But yeah, it's so much better than before. So yeah, it's pretty amazing. And so this time I am streaming at 60 FPS, which you may or may not have noticed. So it should be, if you have a 60 FPS playback, it should be smoother than before also. So if everything goes well, this is how I'm going to be streaming from now on. Let's see what happens. I've had a few issues. Because I had to transfer my whole setup, and also I was using jack before. Now I'm using pipewire. And I did get a few pipewire crashes, which I need to debug, but I think I know what causes them, so hopefully I can avoid that and not crash everything. Streaming in VP9 AV1. Yeah, no, this is just H.264 software encoding. Though, even though it's software encoding, it only uses less than 2 CPU cores. It's pretty nice. And yeah, it's all running on the driver. There are some Kwin patches that have been upstreamed but not released yet. They should be released, I think, in about 5 or 6 days or so is the next Kwin bug fix release. So in just a few days, all that should be working for everyone. Are we getting X runs now? Are you hearing X runs? I didn't notice, but no, I didn't get. I only have 3 X runs. It should be fine. Oh, and also my audio latency is should be lower than before because the M2 can handle that. So yeah, lots of improvements, and we'll see how it goes. And hopefully, we don't crash. But yes, there is a bit of different resonance on the audio because I also went ahead and tweaked the equalizer. There was some sort of excessive and kind of strange EQ that I had originally also as part of compensating for the filters and stuff. And when I set it up, it was kind of in a rush, and I kind of hadn't touched it since then. So I went back and last night tried to clean it up a little bit, so it should sound a bit more natural. Yeah. So lots of improvements, lots of new stuff, and we'll see if it just keeps getting better over time. Huh. Oh, sorry, I'm just still catching my breath from rushing to get some stuff ready. So, Today we have a lot of things. I want it to be like a cool stream where we just chit chat and stuff, but I also have some guests, and I also have I'm probably going to be playing some games, and I might do some karaoke, so let's see what happens. Any reason my audio is MP4 instead of Opus? I am streaming in I think you mean AAC. I'm streaming in AAC because that's what OBS uses. I don't know if YouTube will transcode to Opus on its side though. If it doesn't, that's kind of up to YouTube. But yeah, H.264 and AC is kind of the safe default for streaming. So with everything else I've been changing, I thought I might not want to make more changes and risk other issues. Because if you change so many things at the same time, things get more and more complicated. Let me just fix my camera. There we go. Are they recording today? Probably not. I want it to be a bit of a special stream and different from what we usually do, so yeah, let's just have some fun and talk about what we did over the past year and what's coming up for next year. But we have some guests that will be joining us early because I need to work with everyone's schedules and everything. So I think we have a couple ready. Let me just get my ready. And I think we should be good. Just kidding. I have stuff ready here. Just 1 second. This is that I've been rushing to get all this working, so but I'll be done real soon now. All right. Let's see if this works. Hope it works. Right. So yes, we should have 2 guests ready to join. I think. Hello. Hello, you're not live yet. 1 second. Let me put you through. It should be up now. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can everyone hear you? I think so, yeah.
I'm so small on the screen.
I don't know actually because the group window is taller, so I'm not sure why it's Let me fix that. I was not expecting it to crop it off like that. Let me just add.
No problem.
Bit of width like that. Maybe that's too much.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
bigger than
Something
before.
like that.
That's cool.
It's
Yeah,
better
thank you.
than Before.
Yeah, thank you for adjusting.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think it might be the padding it adds in between, but I don't think I can easily change it right now because of the browser source stuff, so I just have to be like that. Sorry.
using the individual link.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, if I use the
But
individual one, I
anyway.
can set it, yeah. Because I was using the group one.
Introduce?
So yes, we should introduce you. Well, as you see on the screen, our first 2 guests are Hikariam and Asami-san. Thank you for coming.
Yes,
Yeah, thank you for having
inviting.
me.
I did 2 collabs with Hikariam and Asami quite some time ago. We talked about our projects. They talked about reverse engineering the GPU, and they talked about their DIY OS project and web browser project. So last time we talked, I think you were you still had the OS, like mostly written in was it C++?
It was written in C++, but I'm now rewriting them in Rust.
Right,
And
right.
It's halfway done yet.
Cool.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really nice collaboration. Like it was so much fun. Like and I cannot believe it's almost I think 8 months ago already. Time fly.
Really?
Yeah. It was a long time ago, right? I'm gonna make myself
Yeah.
smaller so I'm not a giant next to you.
Hmm?
I said I'm gonna make myself a bit smaller so I'm not a giant next to you. There we go. Oh, I need to. Oh, sorry. There, something like that.
Yeah, can I introduce myself a little bit?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Asami and Hikarium, and I are organizing a YouTube channel which is called like a Tei-layer Girl in Japanese and the Low-layer Girls in English. And we are doing like a live programming, like a YouTube live. Basically like a weekly or bi-weekly basis. And we do like Hikarium is making a OS by
Yes.
herself, and I'm making a web browser that is working on like a her OS, Hikarium's OS.
Mm. It's cool, isn't it? And of course, both of them are written in Rust. So that is the
right.
cool part, right?
Right. When did the collab? You had the web browser part that was written in Rust, right? And then you were starting on the OS, I think, on the rewrite. So how is that going? How's the OS rewrite going?
So for the OS part, actually, I'm still doing some, like, I'm writing the elf loaders, because without running applications, OS will not be an OS. So writing a loader is a bit difficult, because the loader is understanding how loader works is a bit difficult, and also it is hard to debug, isn't it? Like the what was that? What was the link protection or something? So the there is a user mode and kernel mode, and without applications, it is okay to just use the kernel mode. But if we want to run the applications, then we want to use the user mode as well. And sometimes we found and it is difficult to debug the bugs related to the x86 like what was that? Privilege level things. So I'm spending my hours to debugging the things, but it's gradually I'm figuring out bit by bit. So
That's so
it
cool.
will work soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super awesome. Like Hikarium's OS is a really complicated project. Like I'm working with her, but like I sometimes don't understand well because it's too complicated. OS is too difficult to understand.
But browsers are all difficult as well, right?
Yeah, it's also like difficult and complicated, and also like I currently read the specification, like for example HTML specification, CSS specification, and the JavaScript ES module specification, ES ECMAScript specification, something like that.
Yeah,
Or
there
like
are
a specification.
so many specifications.
Yeah, right. That's huge. I cannot read all of things. It's very huge.
Yeah, browsers are pretty crazy, right? Like even just writing CSS as a user, it gets it's like, what is this gonna do? What is that gonna do? Like the little guest thing there is actually a browser source, and I was rushing to write this like the hour before the stream, and yeah, just getting the styling right and the transitions right and all that. Yeah, writing a web browser It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, but like my browser only supports a subset, of course, a subset of HTML and CSS and the JavaScript. So like currently, like my browser can like pass very basic HTML or very basic CSS and a very basic like JavaScript, and my browser can execute a little bit JavaScript.
That's
like
cool.
yeah, next year I will work on like the display thing, like how to display the dormitory and the CSS correctly. Like currently my browser cannot like kind of like how to say the the display is not working well. For example, like a tag has, for example, a tag has a link, URL and a text, right? And the URL, the text should be the place in the same position with link, like because like a link and text is kind of should be same position. But like right now, my browser place the link in the first position. The next position, text. My browser puts a text in the second next position with a link. So like kind of not how to say a tag doesn't like work correctly.
So you mean like when you get like a line break, or like when or like just the link? You mean the underline?
Yeah, right, underline. So like I'd like to like improve my like display algorithm.
Rendering guidance.
Yeah, rendering algorithm. Yes, next year.
It's very difficult, right? Because you need to like handle both the box layouts and the inline layouts, and like inline has the line break and everything, and that's gotta be pretty hard to write, right?
Yeah, that's right. So like I need to calculate the like position for each element or each DOM like element or something like that. So but like still like I don't understand well the specification. So like I need to like first I need to read the specification about like rendering and the display layout things and the box things. So yeah, that's a goal of me next year.
That's cool. I hope you have a lot of fun with that, and I hope you get it. It's such a challenge, right? Really gonna browser on your own, but so how has been your experience writing it in Rust? Because as you know, I have ended up writing my driver in Rust in the end, so I'm curious as to how that worked out for you.
So
really like Rust. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. We love Rust. I think.
Right.
Me too.
What you're saying. Basically, it is very easy to write, and if it compiles, then it runs smoothly than C or C++.
Yeah,
right?
that's
Because,
the same thing. Yeah.
it is almost it is difficult to get the segue or something or crashing the application if it compiles. So Rust is very useful and easy to use, but if and the problem is that it is a bit difficult to write the unsafe code correctly because I'm writing an operating system and I need to use unsafe code because operating system is unsafe by nature. And sometimes it is difficult to debug debug why it is behaving in something in a weird way, because if it works correctly, then Rust works fine, but debugging part is I think I just haven't got used to it. I mean debugging the Rust code a bit, especially in the case of the writing an operating system. But also optimization is a bit aggressive, isn't it? The Rust.
What do you mean?
Compilers optimization. So sometimes so it is a bit difficult to expect what assembly code will be outputted from the by reading the Rust code, and also the final assembly or binary will be different in if we build in release mode or debug mode. There is a huge difference, right? And I think the difference is bigger than the other compilers. I think C compilers, probably it is just a matter of how I got used to it. But
Yeah, I think with C compilers, because you're writing sort of code that like people call C like a high-level assembler, right? So you're kind of writing code that corresponds very directly to the, to the underlying assembly.
What we write in C, yes.
Yeah, and then in Rust, there's a lot of things going behind the scenes. So yeah, I noticed that too when I was running into some crashes. That actually mostly ended up being nothing to do with Rust. It was just issues with memory management. Because I was writing a GPU driver and I had like the GPU corrupting memory.
Yeah, same here. I think I think the common problem we encounter during writing the Rust is caused by the custom memory allocators.
Yeah, and I had to use like unsafe code mostly for the for like the memory management and the object model, because I have of course I have so I'm writing a driver for Rust for Linux, so of course it uses out of the CPU all the standard Linux allocators behind the scenes. So that's that just works. But because I need to allocate GPU memory and GPU objects that go in, they're just memory. It's just regular memory, but because it's shared, but it has to be allocated separately and then mapped into the GPU. So for objects that are in GPU memory, I need to manage it myself, and I had to make my own allocators and things. And yeah, of course, I had to use a lot of unsafe code in all that, because of course, there's no other way to do it, right?
Because what we do is unsafe, right?
Yeah. But the nice thing about it, I really like about Rust, is that you can use that unsafe code and then build yourself like a safe abstraction. So like I made a GPU object model that tries to use Rust lifetimes to manage the GPU pointers, so that like it won't compile if you violate the lifetime requirements of the GPU.
It sounds a bit difficult than the normal memory management. Which point is the most difficult part when you manage the GPU memory?
So the trick is that when I say GPU memory, it's both things like textures and stuff like that, but also data structures for the firmware, right? And the kernel driver mostly handles the firmware data structures. I mean, it handles everything, but it doesn't really do anything with textures or anything like that. That's up to the user space driver. So the thing is, all those firmware structures are full of pointers to each other, and there's like
pointer means it is difficult to write in Rust.
Yeah, but also these are GPU pointers, right? They're not even CPU pointers. So it's a different address space, and then the thing is, if you get it wrong and you have a bad pointer, the firmware crashes, and you can't restart it. So you have to reboot the whole machine if the firmware crashes.
Oh.
So that's why I wanted to write it in Rust and find a way to like use the Rust ownership and safety rules to help me have safety on the firmware, on the GPU firmware side. Because otherwise it would be, it'd be so difficult to keep track of all the lifetimes and everything.
Right. I think many GPU crashes are, happened because of that.
Yeah, there's other drivers that have issues like that with GPU crashes. And often it's in like corner cases, right? And you like quit a GPU app in the middle of a render or something, and the cleanup isn't implemented properly, and that kind of thing. And so Rust helps so much with that, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
So memory-related problems are very easy to solve if you use Rust, but only if the allocator is correctly implemented.
But that's not that hard, right? Like the nice thing is that like once your allocator works, then everything works, right? So I remember at the very beginning I had like a really silly had a couple with my original very simple allocator. I had a couple bugs, like I wasn't I think I wasn't initializing one thing in one code path, and I was calculating a pointer wrong in another code path. But they were pretty obvious problems, right? You know, it's like you test it and it crashes, and you see it crashes. There's like, okay, this is obviously wrong, and then you fix it. But like once I fixed the obvious problems, it basically just worked. I didn't have almost any allocator related issues after that.
Yeah.
I think my browser rely on like Hikarium's allocator, so like please implement it correctly.
Beat me.
Actually, for the actual like heap management, I actually used an allocator that was already in the Linux kernel that's written in C. So I just wrapped it in Rust. So that's just a heap management thing, right? It just manages the address ranges and allocates and frees blocks. But it takes care of the sort of the complicated side of an allocator. So I did have an issue where when you wrap C APIs in Rust, you need to like enforce all the safety requirements in the wrapper.
Like alignments and
but like lifetimes especially, right? But also thread safety and things like that. So I had two bugs that I had to fix in the wrapper that were hit less commonly. One was that I was not keeping the allocator object itself alive as long as the allocations were alive. So if you quit an app in the middle of something, it didn't crash, but it threw a kernel warning saying like you closed the allocator before freeing everything. And then another one was actually a race condition because I had a mutex for allocation operations. But you know how like when you drop an object in Rust, it just gets dropped, right? There's no arguments or anything like that. So it turned out that when I was dropping the allocations, there was no mutex around that. So if two things got dropped at the same time, then you'd get a race condition. So that one was a little bit trickier to find. But yeah, in the end, I just added, a reference to the allocator so I could use the mutex and everything, and it worked.
Yeah. I think just doing the parallel programming is too early for the humanities.
And Rust helps a lot with that too, right? With the like send and sync trades, and
yes. But the problem is that the mutex and the other things are not provided in the core crate. So if you write an operating system by yourself, then you need to implement them as by yourself.
Yeah.
And without implementing them correctly, then problem happens again.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Linux has two actually. There's like a simple mutex and the wrapper for the regular Linux mutex. And right now, using the regular Linux mutex is kind of difficult because of you need to use unsafe to initialize it for weird reasons.
Right.
Oh, sounds really tough actually. Like I have used like Rust in my like a user level programming, like user level program. I mean like a web browser is a user application, so like I don't encounter like many unsafe code in Rust, so like I don't like need to care about like unsafe code and in Rust and allocator mutex or something like that. I only use like a very easy Rust code.
Yeah.
Still like that's really good. Like when I'm making a HTML parser, like I had to like implement bi-directional links to make a two constructor tree. But like I had to use like a strong pointer and a weak pointer to construct a tree, and I think that concept is very nice because like it's easy to understand the structure of the tree from the code. Usually, like if, for example, if we implement the tree in like a C++ or some other programming language, I think we use like a pointer, low pointer or something to link the next node. But like sometimes it's really hard to understand the structure of the tree. But like in Rust, the type we have a strong pointer, pointer or weak pointer type. So like it's very obvious that like okay, this node is kind of the type, or this node is, how to say, yeah, it's obvious that the structure of the tree. So I think it's a very good point.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that, like, because when you're writing a web browser, right? You have like a big tree of of nodes, but then you have a lot of and you have to deal with the CSS also, but there's a lot of interactions between them, right? So how do you handle like the lifetimes and the like ownership and the the borrow checker stuff when writing a web browser in Rust?
Yeah. I don't think it's currently. I don't have to say encounter very complicated lifetime problem so far. Because I'm making a 3 different tree. Like one is for geometry and one is for like a CSS tree, and the another one is rendering tree. So 3 are independent. So just like pass the ownership or like yeah. I don't think I don't worry about the lifetime so much so far.
That's nice. Yeah, with the driver, it wasn't very hard because like I could think about like for example, if you have a render job and then that owns a bunch of objects that own a bunch of objects related to the render, right? So you can basically think of it as like jobs that own everything that is required for that job. And so that's how I made it, like safely able to manage all the GPU objects. But I did have a few places where I kind of cheated, right? Because this is GPU side code. There's no like weak pointers that like would fail GPU side, right? So I just have weak pointers that are just they're just like strong pointers. It's just that they will crash if they're invalid. They don't enforce the lifetime rules. And so basically I use strong pointers to manage for rendering all the tree of objects. And then there are a few of objects that have like back pointers to the others. And so those would use weak pointers, but it doesn't matter that the safety isn't enforced there because that object is already owned by the parent that it's pointing to. So like those pointers will always be valid basically until nothing is needed anymore. So in practice it works very well. But I also cheated in a few places. Like there's global data and I had to like install pointers to management stuff that has like ring buffers, and then like those need to be owned by the core driver, but I need pointers from that in the initialization data, and there was kind of a dependency loop there to set it up. And so in the end I just gave up and said, okay, I'm just gonna use weak pointers because since this is global data, it never gets freed until the driver exits anyway. So it doesn't really matter. I don't really need to worry about the lifetimes because it's basically the same as lifetime static, right? It just it stays alive until the driver quits.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Sometimes we want another lifetime which is like static but not real static,
Right.
Like semi-static thing, right?
Yeah. It would be
And
nice to have like module level static or something weird like that.
Right, exactly. And yeah, I know it is difficult to define that kind of
Yeah.
last time, but mm, I think some of them knows that if there is something like that, then it will be useful.
Yeah. So though, do you want to hear about my most difficult problem with Rust in the kernel?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
Please.
So that was actually an issue I had with instantiating TPU objects. So we were talking about optimization in Rust. So one of the things is that Rust basically uses pass by value for everything, right? So you create an object and it like conceptually goes on the stack, and then it gets moved into like a heap allocation or something like that, right? And so sometimes the compiler can optimize and avoid the move or the copy and just instantiate it on the stack directly. But it's not guaranteed, right? And so the problem I had is that the GPU has a lot of structures and some of them are pretty big, and they're like fixed layout, right? So there are some structures that are like over 64K in size with a bunch of arrays and things inside them. And the kernel has very small stacks. Stacks on ARM64 I think are 32K.
Ooh. Small.
Yeah. So with a 16K page size you get 32K stacks.
So I
And
guess you used all the stack, kernel stack. You used all the kernel stack up.
well, yeah, it would crash. And actually, originally I didn't have the VMAP stacks. It's called compile option, which means the stacks weren't even protected. So it wasn't even like throwing a stack overflow error. It was just corrupting memory. And then I
How
found
did you
that.
solve that?
Sorry.
Just how did you solve that?
Well, first I turned on VMAP stacks so that at least I would know when it ran out of stack space. But on the Rust side, so the thing is, what I would want is what C++ calls placement new, right? Which is instantiating an object at a existing memory location.
Yeah. Using the just the memory location to do the new
Yeah, and
to do the new operation.
and Rust doesn't have that, right? So I
I think you can use the assume an init or something.
yeah, you can do it manually with maybe an init. But then you have to fill in all the fields one by one with unsafe code and assume init, right?
True.
And so the thing is, like, if I were to do it manually, it would kind of remove all the useful safeties and because I have all these huge structures, right? It would be very hard to like write out by hand all this code. There's just like hundreds of fields, right? So what I ended up doing is I forget who it was, and someone had a macro that did a simple version of this that basically parsed. It was just a regular declarative macro, but it basically parses the structure definition syntax, the instantiation syntax, and then writes all of that maybe an init code behind the scenes, and uses some tricks to kind of make sure that that every field is initialized, that you're not missing anything, and all that. And so I extended that to support nested structures, so you could recursively initialize substructures with subfields, and it ended up being this crazy, like, over 100 line macro.
But
It's
Rust macro is better than C++
yeah.
or C's macro, so yeah, it is definitely better than another language.
yeah, it still has some problems. Like, you can, I think you can still do some unsafe things with it. But it's pretty good. It works so far. And so I use it sometimes for heap initializations and sometimes for GPU object initializations. But it basically solved the problem. I still have some. I can still have to go and be careful with object sizes in some places. Like, for example, where was it? I had another heap overflow later on, and that was when I added an array of 64 like regular CPU side objects to something, and each one of those had a mutex protecting some data. And then there was some other stuff, and so, multiplied by 64, that was getting instantiated on the stack, and that ended up being pretty large. So I just had to move that to the heap, and so I have a few places where it's just like box, and the box there is just so that thing never has to get copied through the stack anymore after being created. Yeah.
Yeah, and using the pin collectory is a bit difficult, isn't it? In the combination with unsafe calls.
Sorry, using what?
Using pin.
Pin, yeah.
To avoid moving the memory, because sometimes we need to pass the static memory, static pointer to the devices or some kind of external things. But Rust can easily move any objects, right? Because Rust assumes that all the objects are movable, and but sometimes it works without using pins. So.
Yeah, I had to use, mostly I think when you do kernel programming, you end up using pin for wrapping C APIs that expect objects not to move. So I had to use that for the allocator wrapping, because the way that API works is that you actually allocate the allocation objects, they call them nodes, yourself, and then pass them to the allocator. And so then it creates, the linked lists and everything it uses to manage them. And so you can't move the pointer after you pass it into the API, right? So I had to wrap all that in a pin and figure out how to make it work. But yeah, it works now.
Yeah, it works, but it is hard to debug.
Yes. Yeah, the first time it crashed in a very weird way. I was like, what? And then I realized, oh wait, it has a pointer to the stack, and now this is in the heap, and something got moved, and okay.
Yeah. These days I can notice where I need to add pin wrapping. by my, the instincts. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really use that as much, only for the APIs, because I don't really pass CPU pointers to anything interesting. So almost everything, complicated that I'm doing, other than those wrappers, ends up being CPU pointers. And because those are created in GPU memory, they're basically pinned inherently, because you can't move them away from GPU memory. So thankfully for all the GPU stuff, I don't have to worry about it, because everything is pinned just by default.
Sounds very tough. How do you usually debug? Using a GDB, or using a tool you make, or something like that.
So if I have a CPU side crash, the thing is, I usually run this Linux in the hypervisor. I think you saw it right last time, the one I used for reverse engineering, where I was running macOS and tracing what I was doing with the GPU. Remember that? Or maybe not.
Oh, yeah. I remember you using a kind of a tool you made.
Yeah. Well, Markan made it. I just added the GPU stuff. But yeah, so we have a hypervisor that can run macOS, but also Linux as a guest, and then it has a debug interface. And so you can use Python scripts for tracing, but also just debugging. And it also has a GDB server, though I haven't tried it yet. So usually when I get a kernel crash, I'll just break. When I get a panic, I'll just break in the hypervisor, and then I can dump memory from there and look up, what happened and try to figure it out. And it's the same with a GPU crash. If I get a GPU crash, like a firmware crash, I can just break in the hypervisor, and the GPU tracer stuff that I have can read GPU virtual memory, so I can read the page tables and walk through and all that. So it's the same thing, right? I just hex dump things, or sometimes use the parsing, structure parsing features that I have. and yeah, pretty much just walk through and try to reverse engineer what crashed.
Using
Oh.
hypervisor is the best part, I think. Yeah. Maybe
yeah.
I should start writing my hypervisor.
Right, like
It's a lot of fun. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, I will read your code and try to implement it by myself, or use your hypervisor.
So the hypervisor is actually the same as the Asahi Linux bootloader. It's called Mini. So if you go
Yes,
on
yes,
the
yes.
if you look in
I
there,
compiled that before.
yeah. So the hypervisor code is also there. It's I think it's pretty ARM64 specific. But maybe you can get some ideas from it.
Okay. And I think x86 is the situation is more complicated than 64 because the virtualization and hypervisor extension things are added gradually added to the x86 architecture. But ARM is for ARM V8 they are implemented from the beginning, right? So yeah.
Yeah, it's
Let's see.
the ARM virtualization is actually not that bad. Because like it has from what I saw, it has like a bunch of separate enable bits for like different features. So like you can just almost just jump into a guest basically by changing the execution level, and it just works without doing anything. And then you can enable virtual memory and set up page tables and all that. So you can kind of build it step by step. I think it's harder than that on x86.
I know. x86 is difficult.
It's kind of messy, right? I'm pretty glad that I'm debugging like ARM code and not x86 code.
Yeah, probably we should move to another architecture like RISC-V or something.
That's
Yeah,
really interesting.
RISC-V
That would be interesting, yeah.
But the problem is that x86 is so commonly used in the real world,
Mhm.
so it is very easy to get the real hardware, but RISC-V is not. So
Yeah, it's still under development. But like it's kind of like getting a mature right now. Like there are lots of like how to
Yeah.
say new hardware is coming and
but there is
hopefully
no
like
consumer devices.
yeah. Well, like hopefully like it's getting we can get it soon.
Yeah, I hope so.
Ah,
I hope it becomes common thing soon, or in
Yeah.
the future.
I hope we get more RISC-V and ARM 64 machines so we have more variety of architectures available. Oh yeah, Asami-san, you had to go somewhere in a few minutes, right?
Oh yeah, right. I have like a next appointment, so like I gonna leave soon.
Yeah. So thank you so much for coming. I think we should do another collab one of these days because it's been a while and that was a lot of
Let's
fun.
collaborate it again. Yeah, thank you so much having
Let's
us.
do collaboration next year, and
Yeah.
thank you for doing the collaborations and many things together this year. So look
Yeah.
forward to see you next year as well.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for coming to the stream. It was a lot of fun. And I hope we can do this again. I might do more, of this kind of stream too in the future. So, we can do that, and we can do collabs. Because I really want to do that. Oh, and thank you for that message you sent me a few months ago. I think I told Hikarium. You know what I'm talking about, the sort of secret thing. So thank you so much for that.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you so much, and a happy New Year and happy holidays.
Thank
Yeah,
you so
you too.
much. Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year. See you.
Thank you. Bye bye. Alright, that was Hikarium and Asami-san. I think Hikarium's still on. Not sure if she wants to talk more or not. There we go. There, that works. Alright. That was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for coming. So I think we have some other people waiting. Let's see, we get someone. We have a lot of friends over today. I was not expecting this many people to be able to come, so I'm really happy. Hello! I think you're muted still.
Ah, hi, sorry, I was sorting audio stuff. I was hearing double. Let's see.
Oh, right, you were looping yourself?
Yeah.
Alright, so, this is, my friend Akinian from Null Pointer Live. Thank you so much for coming!
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me.
It's been quite a year. I followed a little bit of what you've been working on, because we've both been working on, pretty low-level stuff. For those who don't know, Null Pointer Live is the group of VTubers that I'm in, and we're just a group of friends. We just do our stuff and help each other. It's not like an agency or anything. And so we kind of have people at every level of the stack. So Akinyan is like the lowest level of the team because she does a lot of hardware and HDL stuff, right?
Yeah, also some ASIC stuff mixed in there when I have the time.
Mm-hmm.
Not much lower you can go until you get to physics.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna make myself a bit bigger now that we don't have a group. I think I can go here. Although also you're kind of like you have your little small icon now, but actually you're like way taller than me.
Yeah.
You do like tower over everyone else in the group.
Yeah.
So why don't you tell us a little bit about what you've been working on, the SCSI interface and all that.
Oh, squishy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so... if my audio is a little low, I can try and boost myself too. I saw a comment saying...
I can boost you a bit locally here.
Okay.
Maybe it's better now?
Maybe, we'll see. But yeah, squishy. So I had a crazy idea, oh gosh, a little over a year ago that I wanted to boot my Threadripper machine off of 9-track tape. Which is a totally normal thing to want to do, right?
You boot an x86 Threadripper out of 9-track tape.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, I can see how that would work, but go on.
So, I eventually acquired a 9-track tape drive, and there's really only 3 interfaces that they come in. You either get GPIB or HPIB, SCSI, or PerTech. So the one I picked up was SCSI.
Mm-hmm.
So I then started building some custom hardware trying to talk to it, and because it's one of the earliest SCSI devices out there, it talks the very first SCSI standard, so SCSI 1 high voltage differential, which is a very strange SCSI standard. You don't see much in that.
Is that the same one used for I remember SCSI CD-ROM drives for x86, the 50-pin connector.
Yeah.
Is that the same or is that even a different one?
So the 50-pin connector can be 3 different standards.
Okay.
all electrically incompatible.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, it depends on the version, right? So for SCSI 1, you either get single-ended, which is 50 pins, but only half of them are signal, the other half are ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get high voltage differential, which high voltage being 5-volt TTL, where all the signals are differential.
And so
that
it
lets
has
you go-
fewer grounds, right?
Yeah, it has fewer grounds, but it lets you go 25 feet.
Hmm.
Where the other ones are only 5, 10 feet, something like that.
Right. So I guess the CD-ROM type stuff I remember is probably single-ended. I'm guessing.
Yeah, single-ended is by far the most common. A lot of the old Macs and other stuff is all single-ended. The high voltage differential you really only saw in mainframes and mini computers.
I didn't even realize that like that was a thing. So
Yeah,
what machines use that? Like what mainframes and stuff use that standard?
The AS400 is the one I know of right off the bat, mainly because my tape drive is an IBM tape drive designed to work with the AS400.
Mm-hmm.
And so it has a dedicated SCSI HVD card for that.
I didn't even know that AS400 used SCSI. I don't know much about mainframes. I know like I know like there's IBM, the 360 series, to Z series, and I know the AS400. But I don't really know much about like the actual standards they used.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of it's weird esoteric stuff, and like even the modern mainframes have some really bizarre stuff. Like even the like the Z, are we at like Z16? And the modern mainframes, they emulate punch cards to bootstrap their NVMe hard drives.
All right, that's very gross.
It's great. But yeah, so yeah, mainframes are just a whole other beast entirely.
Yeah, I heard, what was that interface? Like, IBM had like SCON, and then before that there was like the parallel one.
Oh, Tag and Bus?
Oh yeah, Tag and Bus, yeah, that thing, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the ways, I can never remember.
Yeah. That was like another cursed, like big connector thing, right? Like parallel.
Yeah, the Tag and Bus connectors are just huge. Big, chunky, they have release levers, they're great.
That kind of reminds me of Token Ring, which is kind of the same thing for Ethernet. Like the big Token Ring connectors, the like genderless ones.
Leave it to IBM. Best connectors out there.
So your going back, your SCSI interface is for the high voltage differential standard, right?
Yeah. So the hardware is originally designed for the high voltage differential to allow modern computers to talk over USB to a SCSI device, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first step in being able to boot with the hardware that actually talks to the device. And then I have to write a bootloader for UEFI that boots from 9-track tape, which has to be loaded off the SCSI emulator. It's a whole thing.
So how does like you're booting off of a USB device, right? Are you is this like emulating like mass storage, or is there just a custom driver?
I don't really have to emulate SCSI if I'm doing mass storage, because USB mass storage is just
SCSI, right?
SCSI commands. Yeah.
Especially the what was this, UAS, right? There's like the
there's UAS and then USB mass storage. UAS is more for abstract SCSI devices, whereas USB mass storage is a mass storage endpoint that just uses SCSI commands, right? So there will have to probably be some sort of translation layer, but nothing too impeding, I would say.
Yeah, so I think I looked a little bit at that once, and like even mass storage has like different variants, right, of the subset of SCSI that's involved. I think like they have one for floppy drives and stuff like that, and then there's like the simple mass storage version.
Yeah, USB is a whole mess in and of itself. I don't look forward to having to deal with that. So, focusing on SCSI right now.
Yeah, USB is pretty cursed. So, okay, so how do you do the parallel interface, like the differential stuff? Do you have like buffers or something?
Yeah, so I actually had to hunt down the very first SCSI standard because it's not anywhere anymore. You actually have to look for it. And it turns out that SCSI 1 is electrically compatible with RS-485.
Oh,
the same electrical standard.
Really?
So I just used a bunch of RS-485 transceivers.
Okay, that's amazing. Like, I've seen RS-485 pop up in so many places now. It's like, wait, what? Like, do you know that DMX did like stage lighting standard
Yeah,
is
yeah.
also RS-45, right? Like, there's so much stuff that uses that.
Yeah, it's a pretty common electrical standard, which is curious, but I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, come to think about it, 5-volt differential, that would be RS-485, right?
Yep.
And so then you have that going off to an FPGA, I assume?
Yeah, so it's going through the RS-45 transceivers to level shifters, because the RS-45 transceivers only speak 5 volts. And then it's going off to an ICE-40 HX8K, which is taking care of everything else. So the SCSI front end's written in gateware, the USB's written in gateware. Everything's in gateware. There is no microcontroller. There is no softcore. It's all gateware.
That's pretty crazy, like, all the USB, request handling and everything is in gateware?
Yeah, the entire stack is in gateware. There is not a single microcontroller or softcore on the device.
That's crazy. Does anyone else do that? I thought everyone used microcontrollers for USB.
A lot of people use microcontrollers, but there's a project out there called Luna, which was spearheaded by Kate Temkin, which is basically USB gateware stack. And then I had to fork it to make some changes and stuff.
I see. Oh, someone's asking where we find you on social media. You're Lethal Bit everywhere, right?
Yeah, basically everywhere. I'm on Chaos Social, VT Social, Twitter, a few other places. You can basically find me anywhere.
I'm just getting a message so they can see that.
Okay. But yeah, so the USB stack is entirely in gateware too, which means the DFU is really fast.
Right, because then you have like no wait states anywhere, right?
Yeah, no wait states. A large chunk of things are in the 60 megahertz domain, and we do USB the high speed stuff over a ULPI interface. So we're not really limited by bandwidth, and we're not doing the puny low speed or full speed or anything like that.
That's cool. And so then also, is it DFU? So then that's used to update the flash on the attached to the FPGA, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the ICE-40s have a special mechanism for handling multiple bit streams. So we craft a very special initial firmware image which has a bunch of stub bit streams which all point back to the bootloader bit stream. The bootloader bit stream then implements the DFU stub, which can then write back into flash in an appropriate slot that doesn't overwrite the bootloader. So when you send a DFU detach, the loaded gateware reboots the FPGA into the bootloader bit stream, which then handles DFU, writes it to the appropriate slot, and then the system resets again.
That's pretty awesome. Huh.
Yeah, it's all thanks to the ICE-40 warm boot block, which I wish Lattice would have added to their ECP5s or newer FPGAs, because it's such a useful primitive to have, but...
I wonder why they didn't do that.
Yeah, well, I suspect it's because the Lattice acquired the ICE family from Silicon Blue. They might not have inherited all of the IP rights.
Oh, is that how I didn't know that story behind ICE.
Yeah, Lattice bought up Silicon Blue, so...
I see. That explains why it's so different from ECP5, and it's kind of its own thing.
Yeah, it's also why all of the FPGA primitives start with SB.
Yeah, Kensosuka, thank you so much for the member chat. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you too.
But yeah, so everything's in gateware. It's all super fast. That does make it a bit of a pain in the butt to debug, though.
Yeah, like, how do you even debug gateware other than like bringing out signals and stuff?
Yeah, you look at the signals out on the wire, and then you also... There's formal verification, which is a whole other set of things where you define the effects and steps that your gateware should take, as well as assumptions along the way.
Mhm.
And then tools try to disprove or invalidate your proofs.
Ah, I see.
And then there's generic test benches where you just write a bunch of other HDL that kind of walks through a simulation
Mhm.
of what's going on.
I see. And so for the simulations, you just use like a software simulation, right?
Yeah, there's a few ways to do software simulation. With Amaranth/Tori, it's a Python-based simulation
Oh.
engine.
That's cool. I didn't know that it had that.
Yeah.
Nice. So right now, where are you at with the design on this on Squishy? Like, what does it do so far?
Well, so revision 1 of the hardware is mostly done. I still need to validate it. I'm currently in the middle of transcribing the SCSI standard and making it a usable, consumable library, which I can then implement gateware for.
Cool.
So the USB side is mostly done. I need to work more on the SCSI side and get that up to snuff, at least for SCSI 1, so I can get the tape drive stuff booting.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a revision 2 of the hardware, which is supposed to be more capable and yada yada. I just haven't had a lot of time to work on it.
Yeah, I think we've been pretty busy, right?
Yeah.
So I was gonna say, what's the most cursed thing you've had to deal with so far?
In general, or with Squishy?
With Squishy.
With Squishy. The most cursed thing immediately is actually on the USB side and not the SCSI side. It's that Microsoft
tracks.
requires its. Microsoft requires an entire separate set of USB descriptors aside from the standard ones to be Windows compliant.
What?
Yeah, there's like a whole set of Microsoft and Windows specific descriptors you need to set up in like the special weird blob storage of USB descriptors for Windows to be able to properly recognize and fiddle with the device.
Like, for the DFU side or the SCSI side or
For everything. For all USB devices.
What?
Yeah, Linux it works fine with just the pure USB standard stuff, but if you want to talk to Windows, you gotta do some garbage extra stuff.
I had no idea. That sounds so
Yeah.
cursed.
Yeah. So USB is probably the most cursed aspect of things so far.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm not dealing with USB, but I've heard stories.
Yeah. I only have to deal with it enough to get things working. I don't have to focus too much on it. So.
How's the SCSI side, by the way? Like, because I haven't looked at the actual standards back in the day, but is there any like really weird stuff there, or is it pretty straightforward? What's your impression?
It's mostly straightforward, but it is very tightly. It's not super abstract. You deal with like pointers and addresses in some cases with like SCSI descriptors.
Like on the wire?
Yeah. There's some SCSI messages that deal with like data path pointers that I recall. They're few and far between, but they're definitely strange.
Okay, that
the
sounds
SCSI
pretty
traffic-
cursed too.
Yeah, and SCSI traffic can be fairly chunky, so you need sizable buffers and stuff. To deal with it.
Right. Because I'm guessing you can do like a whole sector, right? Like in one go and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's cool stuff you can do with like there's a copy command in the SCSI.
Oh, right.
But-
There's like funny
but-
stuff like that, right?
Yeah, but it's cool because the device that issues a command doesn't necessarily always have to be either the target or destination for the device. So you can have an arbitrary device on the SCSI chain say, hey, copy between this device and this device.
Mm-hmm.
Which is cool.
So
it
it
definitely shortens things, so.
So like sort of busbusters the SCSI and to do like a transfer from one device to another device.
Yeah, I guess that stuff was mostly implemented so you didn't have to transfer things from like an external SCSI hard drive to the host system and then back to another external drive. You could just have that go along the bus. But it's still strange to think about.
Yeah. So how does that work? Like you send the copy command to one device and then does it do a normal read from the other device, or how does that work?
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure of the exact semantic details. The standard from where I am is not too terribly clear on it. And it's not required to support that behavior either. It's more of a weird abstract thing. But basically what the initiator does is just say, here's this message, and it broadcasts the source LUN, the source address, target address, source LUN, target LUN, and then the parameters. Because everything on the bus is listening. It says, oh, here, I'm the source, or oh, here, I'm the target.
Okay, that's interesting. So they both know about it. Huh.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then there's other fun things that are standardized, like commands for dealing with processors on the SCSI bus.
Oh, like CPUs, you mean, or?
Yeah.
Huh. What do those
Yeah,
do?
that's technically... I haven't gotten to that part of the standard, but I did gloss over it when I realized it, and it's actually kind of interesting. I'm pretty sure there's a mechanism for DMA over SCSI, if you try hard enough.
Okay. That sounds interesting and also kind of cursed.
Yeah, but I don't know. This stuff's this is exciting. This is the kind
it
of
sounds
curse
like a
I
lot of
love.
fun. Maybe I should get some SCSI hardware and start messing with it.
Yeah,
Do I even have any
SCSI hardware is
hardware?
actually
I don't think
the
so.
older stuff is actually pretty hard to find. Modern SCSI hardware is easy. You just pick up a SAS hard drive or whatever.
Oh yeah, of course. But I meant like things with a parallel SCSI interface.
Yeah, not many things use parallel SCSI anymore. It's dying off pretty fast.
I wonder how the modern standards are, because I know there's like serial attached SCSI, but then they also like do SATA compatibility, and then they also tunnel it. There's
Yeah,
a bunch
and
of
then
weird
there's-
stuff there too.
AT, API, SCSI stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So the SCSI standards are mostly broken up into a few different components. You have the physical layer, which would be like SAS, or parallel SCSI, which is actually called SPI, not to be confused with the other SPI. And then there are the core protocol stuff, which deals with the physical layer and up.
I see.
No, one above the physical layer. I don't remember what that's called, but it deals with... it's not electrical, it's not physical, it's not electrical. Protocol. I think it's protocol. I can never remember the stack. But it deals with that and up, and then there are standards for extensions to the core protocols.
Yeah, because there's all kinds
And
of
there's-
stuff they run over SCSI, right? Like Smart, which is different from the SATA Smart, apparently.
Yeah. And then there's also running SCSI over other things, like there's Fiber Channel, which is its
Right.
own set of standards. There's SCSI over PCI Express, which is a thing that's coming up.
What is that even? I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, it's actually fairly new. It's, you got NVMe, and now we're gonna use SCSI over PCI Express.
So is that for like hard drives, or is it intended for like SSDs and stuff like that?
I think it's mainly intended for solid-state storage.
Okay. So is there like a reason to invent that instead of using NVMe or?
I honestly have no idea. I could not tell you what goes on inside the minds of the T10 Standardization Committee.
Hans Flame says USB 4 SCSI out. No, please, no, please don't. Please
You'll
not.
need more pins.
I mean, it could be SAS. Oh,
Yeah, you could run If you can run DisplayPort over USB-C cable, you could probably run
Yeah.
SAS.
It has 4 pairs, so SAS only needs 2, right? You could do
yeah,
all.
no, if it's a Thunderbolt link, just run SCSI over that.
Hey, I mean, that would already work. Yeah, if you just use Thunderbolt with like a SCSI host controller, that would definitely work.
Yeah.
So cursed.
Yeah.
So have you been working on anything else other than Squishy?
There's a few things. So the main, this is tangentially related to Squishy, funny enough. So the main HDL I was using was Amaranth for a while, but we needed some features that were unlikely to get merged upstream or just kind of clashed with how the maintainer wanted things to go. So we decided to fork it into our own Python HDL.
Okay.
So I've been working on that and getting that published on PyPy, and then slowly integrating ASIC flow stuff with OpenLane into it, so you can take the same designs you would have for an FPGA and turn them into ASICs.
Okay, that's really cool. Yeah, I remember you were messing with ASIC stuff too. And
Yeah.
like, that's super awesome that you can like design your own actual silicon chips these days.
Yeah, it's actually come very, very, very far in the last just 2 years, ever since the Google Skywater shuttle stuff started up. They had a lot of problems in the beginning, though, and I think they're still having problems synthesizing large SRAM blocks.
Interesting.
Or at least with OpenSRAM, there were some issues getting the SRAM macros to actually be SRAM.
Right. Do they provide because like they have like a PDK, right? Like a library for
Yeah, you've got the PDK of all the standard cells, but there are no large SRAM macros.
Oh, there's no
You have a
blocks.
single SRAM bit.
Okay. I see, but and then you also need to like implement the row column circuitry yourself. How does that work?
Or you use a memory compiler like OpenSRAM, which is targeting Skywater.
Oh, so does that like literally make up the row column circuitry in code, or does it use like
Yeah, so what you do
templates?
is you describe the SRAM block you want, basically, like how many ports, width, etc., and then it builds a large SRAM block with all the required machinery for you and exports that as a GDS2 macro.
Is that based on like existing pieces from the PDK, or is it like?
Yeah, it uses the PDK SRAM cell, standard cell.
Hey, what about all the other circuitry?
It uses like the other gates and stuff that it can. It tries to use as much from the PDK as it can because the PDK cells have all been standardized and validated for the process.
Right.
But where you don't have that is kind of where the OpenSRAM stuff was having problems, where the manufacturing yield for the SRAM blocks wasn't 100% because there were some weird DRC issues and,
Right. That sounds
Granted,
pretty complicated.
it's only 130 nanometers, but that's still comparatively pretty small.
Yeah, I mean, these days it sounds large, but like that wasn't like what was it, the original like AMD Athlons 108 180 or something like that? I think so.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And then some interesting stuff with the ASIC stuff actually that's come up is Global Foundries has thrown their hat in the ring.
Oh, really?
Not
I
just
didn't know
Skywater
that.
now. Yeah, they're releasing a 180 nanometer MCU PDK for their process.
Huh.
Yeah, and then Skywater has opened up their 90 nanometer PDK,
Oh, that sounds
which
fun.
is exciting. Yeah. And then there's talk and hushed mumbles on the horizon about a 65 nanometer PDK from Skywater. But nothing concrete on that yet.
Actually, do you know what process like modern microcontrollers are made on? Because I mean, we all know about like 5 nanometer leading edge, fancy pants stock stuff. But like, like Atmos and things like that. Like, what kind of processor are those built on?
It really depends. It would for higher reliability, like Jelly Bean parts, 180 or 130, I would say, if they're not going too terribly fast.
Okay, so you're basically at the same level at this point. You could make your own microcontrollers, and like actually compete with with the leading players on that.
Maybe. The issue at that point is market saturation, right?
Yeah,
So-
of course. I mean, I don't mean like literally like taking the market, but like, I mean, you could make a competitive microcontroller on these processes, which are available for, the public, basically, right?
Yeah. There's currently for anyone interested as well in making their own ASICs, there is a 0 to ASIC course which a coworker of mine, Matt Venn, is running, where you sign up for the course and essentially you make a design for an ASIC and it gets fabbed. And then there's Tiny Tape Out, which is this thing where you can. It's really cool what they managed to get done. It's an entire like GitHub CI powered thing, but it uses a web logic gate editor thing where you can like draw nodes and stuff, and then it turns that into an ASIC.
That's pretty cool. That sounds like a lot of fun. I should check it out.
Yeah, I'll have to grab some links.
Yeah.
But it lets even kids, like if they have a semi-coherent understanding of digital logic, it's really, really easy. You don't need to know HDL, you don't need to know the tools or the flow or anything. It's all done in the browser. And you just connect the wires and you have an ASIC. It's actually really cool.
If you have a link, either now or after the call is fine.
Yeah, it should be fairly straightforward. Just Tiny Tape Out. Let me Google
Tiny
it.
Tape
Let me
Out.
get that.
I can find it.
Yeah, and then the other course is 0 to
yes,
ASIC.
tinytapeout.com. I'll post it in the chat.
Okay.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, but it's all based in the web browser, and you get a physical chip at the end.
Nice. So how does it work with the shuttles? Like, can anyone submit designs? Like,
Yeah, so with the shuttles, the requirement is if you want to get on the shuttle free, right? So Google-sponsored shuttle, your project has to be open source.
Mm-hmm.
And that includes all the HDL, all the GDS macros, all of that. But then you essentially submit it to the pool, and if not enough people, or just the right number of people, which it's 50 projects, submit, then they're all guaranteed to get fabbed.
Mm-hmm.
If more than that submit, then it's basically lucky draw, right?
I see.
Alternatively, because this is going through eFabless, there is their Chip Ignite program, which is, it doesn't have to be open source, but it's still the same constraints as the open shuttle. It just costs $10,000.
That's actually pretty good though. Like for fabbing an ASIC.
Yeah, and you get something like 100 or something chips back from it.
Like that's the level where, if you had like a startup idea or like, a reasonably funded open source project you could do it, right?
Oh yeah. There are some downsides though. You have a very limited number of I/O, and then because of how they're doing the multi-project wafer, it has to be in something called the Caravel harness, which has its own like little RISC-V management CPU and stuff on it. It has an integrated like logic analyzer and debug stuff you can hook up for your ASIC, which is really useful. But it eats up some of the I/O, and it's fairly limited. But for what you're getting, it's an ASIC, right? So
Yeah.
you can
That's
only complain
cool.
so much.
Nice. How many pins does it have? How much I/O?
It was like 38.
Okay.
38 usable.
That's not bad. That's
Yeah.
as long as you're
And
not
then the
doing
cool
big
part-
parallel buses, it's pretty good, right?
Yeah, the cool part too is you can also do analog designs. You don't have to do pure HDL digital stuff. So you can draw your own analog circuits.
So you can like just hook up to the pad, as the wire and do your own crazy analog stuff.
Yeah, people have done things like someone made a cert like it's like a 5 gigabit certes.
Wow, that's
On
really
the chip.
cool.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's actually really awesome to see people get involved in the open source ASIC stuff and kind of make that more publicly known about, because a lot of people making my own microchip, it's scary, right? And
Right,
sure,
right.
there's a lot of details and weird errata stuff, but it's starting to become a lot more accessible and less of a scary dark art.
Hmm. That's really cool that you can do that these days. I didn't know
Yeah,
I didn't know you could even do analog. Although that must be pretty hard to design for, right?
Well, so the PDK ships DRC rules.
Hmm.
So as long as you're within the DRC rules, they'll fab your ASIC. It doesn't matter if it fails or not.
Right.
To get the analog designs stuff, you really have to do spice simulations
Mhm.
and finite element analysis and all that kind of stuff if you really want to be sure.
Is there any open source tooling for that?
There's some open source tooling. You could use something like I've heard people use OpenFoam for EM analysis. I don't know how good of an idea that is, because that's meant for fluid dynamics.
Okay.
There's also OpenEMS, which is more dedicated towards RF and EM dynamics, and you can extract the geometry from the hardened macros or the GDS2 files and then run simulations on that.
Interesting. I
And
wonder
then all
how.
the PDK.
Oh, go ahead.
Huh?
Go
Oh, no,
ahead.
I was gonna say all the PDK cells have been fully parameterized and profiled, so you have the spice data for those, so you can kind of stitch together a spice netlist for simulation with appropriate properties based on the substrate and all of that.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
So-
I wonder how close you get to the actual silicon from the GDS for simulation, because then it's very messy in real life, right? Like the feature sizes. It's not like the GDS is literally a clean image of what ends up on the chip, right?
Yeah. So there's always going to be rounded corners and
Yeah.
edges and stuff. So it's not 100% perfect, but it's close enough where people have successfully fabricated analog circuits with it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're really the low level girl of the team, like messing with ASICs and SCSI hardware and everything. That sounds so much fun.
Yeah, it's quite a time, and I do occasionally stream it. So I have been thinking about trying to do some ASIC streams or something. That
Oh,
would
you
be
should
fun.
totally do that. I would watch that.
It'd be pretty boring to watch though.
Oh no, I'm really interested in the ASIC stuff because it just sounds so fascinating. Wait, making your own chips? What?
Yeah, that would be actually a cool Null Put It Live collab. Let's make an ASIC.
I would totally do that. Let's do that. We should do that collab.
Yeah, I don't know when the next MPW shuttle is, but we can time it for that.
Yeah. Okay, that would be so cool. We need to do that.
Yeah.
Let's look at the schedule and figure out what the right timing is, because I totally want to do that.
Yeah, I think MPW 9 is about to open up submissions in the next few months because MPW 8 should be tape out, I think. Yeah, MPW 8 should tape out next month, I think.
Uh-huh.
So I can get the proper dates and stuff later. So,
Yeah, let's look it up. Doesn't have to be for the next one if we find it we want more time or something. But yeah, we should totally do it for either that one or the next one, and sometime in the
Yeah.
beginning of next year. And that sounds like tons of
Yeah.
fun. VTubers make their
Yeah,
own
definitely.
ASIC. Come on, can I
yeah, first VTuber group to fabricate their own ASIC.
Oh my god, that's so cool. And Luna asks if she can join. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The whole Null Put It Live family can join.
Okay, now I'm really excited.
Yeah, we'll have to plan and make that happen.
a second. I'm just thinking about that.
Sorry.
No, that's so much fun. We totally need to do that. Alright. Anything else we should talk about?
I probably want to let another guest in by now. We've rambled long enough.
Wonder if anyone's we have a bunch of people in the waiting room. Yeah, anything else you want to add? I think it's pretty late over there, right?
It's 1:40. Not too terribly late.
I've streamed later than that.
Yeah. Yep.
And the various streams I do, I have hit top years. Basically, yeah. Ever since these two popped up. So hold on. And I was talking to the other folks in the call-in stream.
But yeah, thank you for having me on. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much for coming. That was a lot of fun. I hope your projects go well, and I'm really looking forward to that ASIC collab. We totally need to do that. Well, it'll probably be a series, right? Because it's not like we're gonna make an ASIC in one day. So.
Oh yeah, it's gonna have to be a whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right.
Well, have a good rest of your stream.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming, Akinya.
Bye.
See you later. Alright, that was Akinya. Thank you so much. I'm trying to figure out who the next person might be, just to make sure we don't end up with keeping people awake too late. And actually, I'm gonna take a very quick break while I wait for folks to reply. So I'll be right back in a minute. our next guest, and I have Maggie here with me. Thank you for coming, Maggie.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. So do you want to introduce yourself a little bit, what you do, and what you're working on?
Yeah. So I'm Meiji. I'm a Mahashoujo VTuber, and I'm a gigantic potato. Anyways, so I like to work on all kinds of random projects, ranging from like little game projects to VTuber tech stuff. Because one thing that I always think that is like a missed opportunity in the VTuber space is like everyone knows that there are two main parts of a VTuber. There's the art and the rig, right? And that's mostly what people think of when they think of like what you need to make a good VTuber. But it's like, I think there's a third section that's like an untapped potential. And that would be like just using logic and to enhance parts of the model, right? Because there are some things that you could do. There's literally an endless possibility of things you could do with programming to a model that you can't just have with linear parameter tracking, right?
Right.
And yeah, that's kind of one of the big goals that I want to work towards, to try to add cool interactions to VTuber models with.
Right, because you can do a lot of things with programming, right? You can do the like with combining a model with like props and things like that, and then like automate how things move. Like kind of like my ears, right? They kind of do a thing, and mine's is programmed in a like brute force way. But it'd be nice if more people could more easily do this kind of thing, right?
Yeah, because the thing is, it's really kind of specialized, and I guess it's hard in the VTuber space to like find someone to specifically implement something for a specific model, right? Because also, I don't know, it takes a lot of creativity to even think of, okay, what is like something non-linear that you could add to a model with some extra logic, and what would it be, right? And I don't know, and especially because a lot of this needs to go into consideration before, because in terms of getting the assets for the art, right? You need to have everything planned out, and I guess it's not something that's really done much right now.
Right, because if it's just a model with hard-coded like simple input parameters, then you can't really do that much with it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, do you have like examples of the kind of things you've considered doing or done with this kind of stuff?
Yeah. So I mean, like even little things, right? Because you know what always stood out to me is when I looked at some models, and I'm like, hold up a second, how did they implement this? You know,
right.
They have to have there's logic in here. It's not just the parameter checking. And whenever I saw that, I would always be like, that's so cool. And so just an example of something small that I had on my model was, I have a pose where I hold my phone up and I'll move my hand along with my mouse. But of course, that's something you could set it with simple tracking, right? But then with just a little logic, you could just make it so every time I click, it'll make me like poke on the phone screen. And then based on how fast I'm clicking or like how not fast I'm clicking, it'll make me do like a little poke versus a big poke. I think it's just little details like that could really make a model in pop more.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, because it adds all these touches to the interactivity of everything, and it's like it just makes it so much more fun to watch, right? That's so cool. Nice. I wonder. Do you think I could do a collab and you can show me, some of the things you're doing? How are you doing this, right? Like, what are you implementing this kind of logic stuff?
I made a plugin that runs on Java, and it basically it also was hooked up with some other, because a VBridger was pretty popular at some point. I'm pretty sure there. I mean, it's still a lot of people still use it now, but I actually stopped using it. But for a point, I made it so. So I had the phone. It sends the parameters to Vbridger. I made that send it off to my app, and then my app does whatever mumbo jumbo with the logic, and then sends it back to VTube Studio. So it's kind of like a chain of command.
Right. Yeah, Vbridger always kind of confused me because like I don't use Live2D, right? I use T2D, so I kind of have my own flow, right? So it's like, well, I mean, I just have the parameters, right? Why do we need another app to
Because sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing with VTube Studio is that there are a lot of plugins now, and a lot of I feel like it's almost like an arms race. In terms of a lot of different plugins will want to take control of certain parameters, right? And unless you specifically implement one to like send off parameters to another, then it's gonna start getting to be a mess, which I think is one of the biggest bottlenecks for in the VTube Studio space specifically, right?
Right.
There's a lot of cool plugins. There's a lot of people doing a lot of cool things, but when they all start fighting over the same parameters, then it's kind of questionable how you'll get things to work with all of those things wanting to have the final say on what the output is.
Yeah, I remember talking with Luna about that because she's working on T Session, right? Which is kind of in the same space as VTube Studio and Vbridger and mapping inputs to parameters, and they will have plugins and stuff. And that was one of the things I asked. I was like, so how are you gonna handle, when you have multiple plugins or multiple scripts, trying to control the same parameter? Like, would it be additive? Would you have like overrides? It's not obvious, right? But
Like I just put a little bit of thought into it. Like when I was talking to Denshi, who's the developer for VTube Studio, and we were just kind of discussing like potential ways to handle it, and like one of the ideas that came up was, what if you could have like a list of plugins in the app, right? And then you could kind of determine how, like it would be like a weighted output, and you could like maybe weight certain plugins over others. But then I don't know. At the end of the day, it still feels a little weird.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? So you could like have different parameters override others to a different extent, right? And I guess you would also want parameters to be able to like not control plugins to be able to not control like a parameter unless they are active, right? And that makes sense. Like if you do an action, it takes over and then goes back or something like that. That's so cool. Yeah, I should add more like interactions to my model, because I think like me and Luna rigged it and we've been tweaking things a bit, but it's still pretty it's pretty simple. The only thing I added recently was the ears and the hat thing I have. And yeah, it would be really cool if I could do like more animations and I even have stuff that I haven't even mapped to anything yet. Like there's some emotes and like eye effects and things that are just like there in the parameters and I don't use them. So, nice, yeah.
That just works sometimes, right?
Yeah.
Because nowadays, so many VTuber models are really complex, and that was like I had my 2.0 a few months ago, and a lot of the reason behind my getting the 2.0 was because I felt like my 1.0 was way too ordinary. I felt like it was way too ordinary. I'm like, okay, because like when I started VTubing, I was just thinking, okay, it's literally just gonna be me, so it's just like casual clothes, right? Nothing special, no crazy gigantic lore or whatever 5,000 accessories, because I feel like so many VTubers are so over accessorized these days. But simple is good. There's a lot of charm to it.
Yeah, it's. I think like I look at stuff like your photo, it's like, oh my god, it's so cute. Like, even if you don't have like a ton of accessories and stuff like that, like your image, your sort of the the thing you have going is just so cute and so nice, and I just really love it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could do that kind of stuff. I'm just like kind of me and writing code, and that's pretty much it.
That's great though. Your mom is really cute as well.
Thank you. Yeah, no, like I really love what you're doing. It's like, you know, like putting together tooling for other VTubers to use is, I think, a super important thing. Because there's not actually that much in the space, right, that you could actually use. It's like everyone has the same kind of setups. Unless you're a weirdo like me and trying to, write your own handlers and open source stuff on top of Luna's.
Yeah, but it's cool to have control, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It really is.
And so that's the thing is, right, is you want like everyone, even people who aren't programmers, to be able to have that control, right?
Mhm. So like, there was a point in the middle of this year where I was working on trying to set it up, like adding UI and stuff and making it so other people could hook the things up and set their thing up to work, and I made ways to like implement the logic and whatnot. Here's the general idea of things, okay? So there's okay, I haven't made the UI for it. But pretty much you could define like what I call like a motion, right? So let's say a motion would be like lifting your head back and then and then like I don't know, then leaning forward and then opening your mouth. It's like, I don't know, like a heavy sigh, right? It's like right? So you could define that as a motion, right? And then the app will interpret that in a certain way, and then if it sees that your live motion matches the predefined motion to a certain degree, right? Then it will trigger some hotkey or something, right? Which could be whatever. So that's the that was the concept, right? That I was working on.
That's really cool. So does it like how do you define the emotions? Do you like learn them, or do you have to like manually define them, or how does that work?
Yeah, so right now they're manually defined. I'm not too well versed in like doing machine learning stuff, so I did do a little bit of research, and cause that seems like the intuitive way to do this, right? And then I wondered, okay, so if I were to use like just simple logic to kind of try to set this up, how would that work, right? So basically, emotion is kind of broken up into several actions, right? So for example, it'll say like mouth closed to mouth open. It'll say like mouth open parameter go from 0 to 1 within, I don't know, 2 seconds, right? And then you could set some like thresholds for the margin of error. So you might say like, okay, I always wanted to go with the mouth open from 0 to 1, but the time could maybe vary between like 1.5 to 2.5, right? So you could add some parameters to kind of have that margin of error, because obviously when you're doing it live, you won't be able to match your predefined data in any in any respectable mean at all.
Yeah.
And then the other error on the other side, right? On the other side of the spectrum, you don't want to hit false positives either, right? You don't want to accidentally move your head a little bit and then trigger something that you didn't want to trigger. So that is the other big concern with something like this. And I guess it's just up to the user to have actions defined that are unique enough so that you don't trigger things without meaning to, right? So one example was like okay, little enhancements. Here's one thing that this is one of my biggest annoyances as a VTuber, okay? when I am streaming, the last thing I'm thinking, like, especially if I'm playing games, the very last thing I'm ever thinking about is reaching for my stream deck and pressing these buttons to trigger expressions.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
Especially if let's say I'm playing like a horror game, right? And maybe I have like a scared expression. If I get jump scared, I'm not gonna go like, oh my gosh, time to reach for my scared expression right now. I am just gonna scream.
Yeah, exactly.
So I want this program to be able to interpret changes in your in the parameters and basically determine, oh, you just got jump scared. Like for example, if your eyes all of a sudden go to wide open, you like lift your head up a bit and straighten out, then it could kind of interpret that as like you just like kind of quickly sat up and you're spooked and you like open your mouth, right? So and then you can make something like that to trigger your scared expression, right? So that's the idea. I want to eventually get it to a point where you don't have to reach for your stream deck to trigger hotkeys and stuff, because there's too many VTubers that, I mean, not many VTubers are skilled enough in multitasking, or it's just impractical to be able to always press expressions, right? Unless they're just doing like a chatting segment where they are probably have it right in front of them.
Yeah.
Because when you're playing games and stuff, it's a lot harder to think about it at the same time.
Yeah, totally. You know, I tried doing a bit of that when I think it was when I introduced Energy Session at the beginning of like an announcement and other stuff stream I did a while back. And I added you know, the same model but with different bindings done in Session instead of hard coded in my City app that I still use. And so that had like, I tried adding the like sparkly eyes when like I open my eyes wide, and there was like a threshold for that. And then I tried to do like an annoyed, you know, the like the mark thing when I'm like frowning, and like it was always so hard, you know, to like okay, avoid false positives, but also you know, make it actually easy to trigger, because otherwise there's no point, right?
Yeah. When I was first starting with this, I realized that okay, you're going to basically need to figure out ways to trigger it that are a bit unnatural for you to do normally, right? So let's say I want just like a little sparkle to appear to the side of my head. So maybe I'll like, instead of just winking, maybe I'll wink and I'll tilt my head, specifically maybe like tilt my head to the right 45 degrees and wink, right?
Right,
With my left eye, and then something like that. And then that could be defined as an action that's easier to isolate.
Yeah, that makes
Something
sense.
like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, because like I had some reasonable thresholds and stuff, but like I couldn't chain or do like really complicated. I wasn't using history basically, right? So there was no real time component, so it was all just like, you know, just steady state with some smoothing. So that's really cool that you can do, you know, like the time thresholds and that kind of stuff. Nice.
So a lot of it, as I mentioned, is it has no UI component to it, because honestly, I hate UI, and I'm sure a lot of programmers can agree. It's like you'll always make something, you're like, yeah, it works, except you just have all these freaking property configuration files with all the data inside and no actual UI to set it up.
Yeah.
It's like the idea is there.
Yeah, I don't know how Luna does it, because she built like the entirety of Energy Creator, and I'm like terrible at UIs.
We're the same then.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why, like, even though she has Session and like it actually works, I could port my model to Session. I've just been too lazy, and I just have this like one, you know, hard-coded D file that just has like all the, you know, parameter mapping logic in it for my model, and I just keep using that, and I just keep changing the code every time I want to add something.
Nice. Like a true programmer.
I guess we're in the same team then. That's so cool. Is there I need to ask, like, are you going to support in a 2D?
Down the line, probably. I do want to make it like as a kind of global as possible. Eventually, when I get around to getting it to a point that I'm happy with. So, definitely could consider that in the future.
That's really cool. I'm really looking forward to that someday. So, is there anything else you've been working on? Like related to anything like VTuber tech or not? Or, you know? You also make guides and stuff, right?
Yeah, I just do I do get game guides, and what else am I working on? I'm working on something else, but I forgot. What was it? What is it that's taking up all my time these days? I'm making just I'm making a cooldown overlay for a game. Cause this game, when you like swap your weapon, you don't see your cooldowns on your other weapons, and that's something that's really annoying. And I'm making one that actually doesn't do any network sniffing or any memory reading to work. It does some really scuffed OCR and looks for images and text and stuff on the screen to pull all the data. And you know what the funny thing is with this project is
Doing OCR to pull data is pretty crazy. That's nice.
Yeah. So I actually reused a project I had for a previous game. Because yes, I made this OCR thing for a previous game. It wasn't meant for this game. And I just kind of copy pasted it and worked with it from there. And that old project, you know, that was not the original version of that project either. The original version of the project, in fact, it's like because I've created all these UI components that I think look pretty cute, right? So I have all the UI stuff. And you know when I made that? I made that for a freaking class in university.
Oh wow!
And I've been reusing this code for many years. And you know, same thing with some of the games I've been working on. I haven't worked on any recently. The last one I worked on was like at the beginning of this year. But I used like a base game engine that I made for a university project.
Yeah, well, that's what we do, right? It's like you write code
Yeah,
once
we
and then
just
just like
reuse
copy
this
and paste it everywhere.
Yeah, it's like I did this big brain logic at some point. Okay, why wouldn't I want to reuse it, you know?
Yeah.
And then every time I look back at my code sometimes I wonder how the heck did I have the work ethic to do this?
Oh my god, yeah, people watch me stream then like for like 10 hours sometimes and people think I'm always like that. I'm really not. And like when I'm not streaming, I'm just like, let's just watch one more YouTube video.
But then when you get in the zone, you get in the zone. I
Yeah,
am the
exactly.
same way.
Yeah.
I either have to work for like many hours on end or not at all. I can't just pick something up for 1 hour and then put it down. Cause like once I get into the zone, I'm like, okay, I just gotta. I have my 50,000 tabs open. I need to do it all now.
Yeah, it's the same for me. Like if it's like a really simple thing that it's just like, okay, someone asked me to make one change and push, and it's like sure, but like if it's anything that requires like research, I'll probably get in the zone and then do it, and then I'll be like, let's just look at this other thing and this and keep working, and then the next thing I know it's like 1 a.m. and I haven't had dinner. It's like, oh.
But you want to keep at it because you have all these resources open. These resources that you don't close down just in case they'll be useful. And then when you're finally done, you close 50 Stack Overflow tabs.
I always like, every time I go on my Firefox and it's like running out of memory and it's just like, okay, just close all the tabs to the left. Do you want to close 76 tabs? It's always like that.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. I guess we're pretty much from the same. Cut from the same cloth there. Yeah, that's so cool. You know, do you think we could do a collab one day and work on something? Because I'm really curious about what you just talked about and like seeing it work in practice because it's like super cute and I wanna get ideas for things to do like that.
Yeah, we can figure out something sometime.
Yeah, that'd be super cool if you do that. Let's see, check the chat. I think we're good. Alright. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Doesn't have to be programming or development. Anything that works?
Nothing else on my mind right now.
You know, I'm probably gonna do a karaoke in a bit on this stream, and I'm like really nervous because like it's my first time.
I can't sing either.
Yeah, I like you know, karaoke, but I'm not exactly a singer, so it can get pretty cursed sometimes.
The only thing I've sung on stream is a meme song. The Maple Sutori. If you know, you know. If you don't, that's probably better.
I think I don't.
Okay, good. Don't look it up.
Yeah, I did like an acapella, like just a little bit of Let It Go once in a previous random stream. And like, yeah, that went okay, I guess, but I'm still pretty nervous about today. And I was gonna practice the songs more, and then like I spent all morning hacking together this like today's guests thing in, you know, like in HTML. It turns out that trying to make beveled corners in CSS is really, really cursed.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that was interesting. There's actually quite a bit cursed about my stream setup right now, like the reactive. You know how that works? The you know how like it works behind the scenes, the Discord reactive footage stuff.
Kinda.
So it connects to the local Discord instance, right? Through like a socket, and I can't run the official Discord on ARM Linux because there's no ARM Linux version, and I think there are some third-party wrappers, but I don't know if they support like the RPC that Reactive uses. So right now I'm like tunneling the RPC port from the streaming machine into the development machine that I have with Discord running on it.
Well, I mean, that's one way to get it to work.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks fine. It looks fine from the streaming, and no one will know. No one knows about the spaghetti that's going on behind.
Except I just told everyone. And then yeah, the like guest display is like an HTML page, and it's just it like has a timer that loads a text file that has a list of images like JPEGs and PNGs and the now string at the top, and like I'm just like to add guests, I just like uncomment their image and change the text at the top. And it refreshes. It's pretty cursed. And so yeah, I spent like all morning on setting all this up, and I was like, wait, I was gonna practice some songs. Oh no! Yeah, it's pretty scuffed. Alright, anything else you wanna say?
That's it for me. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for coming. It was a lot of fun, and I hope we get to do a collab together. Because I want to learn more about all that emote stuff you're working on, all that logic. And I gotta get ideas too, because like you're just really good at cute stuff in general. You know, just sort of like, you know, design wise, and now you you know, like do your UIs, but also the, you know, like, because I've been to your streams, right? And you have like all these random, like when someone throws things at you, and it's got like, you know, the effects and all that. It's like, I've never done any of that. I want to learn how to do it, but I also don't know what I should do, because it's just like, I'm not very imaginative. So
yeah, they're just ideas that come out of nowhere. You know, there's a lot of that stuff that doesn't even make it onto the stream that I just made for fun.
Right.
Like, as soon as they made the item API, I was like, okay, this is literally a universal possibility. And then I the first thing I did was make like a star that I could drop, and I could like bounce it on my head, like I'm playing ping pong.
That's so cool. I wanted to learn how to do that. You know, GTD has some nice stuff for that. Like the way it does physics, which I actually implemented that way back. Like, it's kind of based on a global coordinate space, so that means you can and you can also pick up, you know, like translate from like object space, like part space to global space. So it's pretty easy to like pin something on a model or get a reference for a point on a model to then use for something else, so that kind of stuff. So even when it's moving or even with physics involved, so it should be pretty fun to add that kind of stuff. Maybe I should like prototype it with my like cursed hard coded like client, and yeah, I really would love to add some stuff like that. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming. Wait, is it Meiji or Meiji?
Meiji.
Meiji. Okay, thank you so much for. Sorry, I got it wrong the first time. Thank you so much for coming, Meiji.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Well, I'll see you later. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
That was Meiji,
bye-bye.
everyone. Bye bye. See you. All right. I am going to take another very quick break. And I'll be right back. And depending on who's around, we'll see what comes next. Be right back. take a little break from Collins, and I thought we might do some karaoke. I'm very nervous because this is my first time. And I was gonna put up a song list, and I didn't have time to do it properly, so it's all gonna be pretty improvised, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, so I will sing just a few songs that I really like, and please do let me know how the valance, the background voice valance is, because it's kind of hard to tell here. I have a different mix locally from what goes out of the stream. So yeah, please do let me know how it goes. I'm not a great singer, but I hope you enjoy it. And I hope my voice isn't too messed up. So yeah. Let me find my stuff here and see if I can line it up so I know what I'm doing. I'm so nervous. I'm clicking the wrong windows. Alright, let's see how it goes. Which one should I start with? I think I'm gonna start with this song that I really like. It's a song from Project Sekai. Yeah, I haven't played a lot recently because I've been too busy with other stuff, but I used to play a lot. And I really love this song, so yeah, let's give it a go. This is called Keitairen wa by Mafu Mafu. And yeah, most of my songs are gonna be Japanese, but we'll see. Alright, let's see if I can do this without messing up. Actually, hold on. Is there an yes, that's what I want. Probably needed to lower the volume. So let's see if this works.いつまでも手放せない感情は一さじの甘さで薄い汚れている憧れの物語と違うのはどうしても不安になる以上の感触が足りないチックタクチックタク君と交わす取り留めのない言葉湯わいてチックタクチックタクお別れの頃合いになっただけ口元に残る甘さはどこへやろうね愛してをつないで嘘だって笑ってどこへいたって素は気越し心なれんは決まりのセリフ息を潜めて愛してるよ口をつけずに冷めた紅茶を捨てられないような恋でも心以上の言葉で君を聞かせてもしもし思い出と今をつなぐ回線が いつからかほつりかけていたんでしょう。一人きり慣れてしまう手違いに、いつまでもささくれ立つ心がやまない。どうせならもう君が最低な言葉で壊していたずらな優しさに胸がおかしくなるの、苦しくなるの。チッタクチッタク君を探す、両親に来たまま迷ってチッタクチッタク、どうせまたお休みになったふり。もういいよ、それならもういいよが今日も言えないや。履歴にないようなささやきはいらない。ねえ愛すなら愛して、嫌ならば嫌って、白黒つかないダージリン、まぶたのいらない嘘の言葉に愛をせかんでしまう。行かないでよ、口をつけずに冷めた紅茶を捨てられないような恋でも、心以上の言葉で君を聞かせてもしもし、君とつなげてもしもし。My first attempt at karaoke. I was okay, Mimi. Thank you, everyone. Alright, so for the next song, I was thinking of another song from So Good. Thank you so much. Come on, I'm not that good. I just like karaoke a bit. I'm not a singer. Alright. I'm like so nervous. My fingers like on the BGM volume. I hope my voice survives until the end. Yearly spelling with Lina. Yeah, I can speak Japanese and English. I've done a Japanese collab before with the first two guests I had, the little Taylor goddesses, the low-level girls. We did two collabs. We did one in English on my channel and one in Japanese on theirs. So that was a lot of fun. You sing as well, almost as well as I do. That's a compliment. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I just like going to karaoke, you know. It's like as a hobby, I just enjoy it, but it's not like, you know, I'm like super good at singing or anything, but I do like doing it, so if you enjoy, that's good. Alright, let's do another song from Project Sekai. So this one, is another one that I really like, and I apparently tried playing the wrong file there. I mean, your Japanese is possible native level like your English. My Japanese is not native level. There's still lots of things I struggle with. So I mean, I can have a conversation. I can talk with people. You know, we can figure out what's going on. And it's not like super awkward, but there's still, you know, like words I'm like, wait, what does that word mean? So yeah, no, my Japanese is not native level. But also it's, you know, it's a lot easier to sing karaoke than like I learned I was doing Japanese karaoke before I really knew Japanese that well, because as long as you know like how to read like hiragana and katakana and get a bit used to reading it fast, you can pretty much read karaoke even if you don't know what you're singing. So, yeah, that's how it goes. All right, let's see if I can do this one. I think this is set up right now. Hope the volume's okay. Ajiwaru, sen to sen kikasaru, 大好きなあれこれそれ、そういつだって揺るがないアイデンティティ、重なる円と円深まる、多分もっとフェイストゥフェイス、ねいつだけ飛び越えられないマイノリティ、進めない行き止まりでも繋いでたいなら外せない秘め事、惹かれ合って存在する世界なら捨てたなら、ねこのままでいられるかな。淡い期待に当選を塞いで曖昧知らん顔、こうやって繋いでいられたなら、ひたいのどっちだ、手探り手繰り寄せても繰り返し絡まる気持ちの糸、ねいつだって諦めたままのディスタンス、キリのない振り出しでも繋いでたいならから外さない秘め事、めくり合って存在描く世界なら捨てたなら、ねこのままでいられるかな。思い余ってかくれんぼ、迷って混在メランコリー、こうやって繋いでいられたなら、縫い合わせて編み合わせて作ろうってさ、何かできるだろう、切り取って笑って距離取って笑えるけど、笑ってるけど、導き出した境界開き未来伝えたなら、もうこのままじゃ思い合って存在映す世界なら捨てたなら、ねこのままでいられるかな。淡い期待に当選を塞いで曖昧知らん顔、こうやって繋いでいられるなら、痛いのどっちだ。Yeah, did you like the little effect there? Yeah, this thing here. The auto-tune radio voice. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, you can tell my voice is getting tired already. I'm not very good at doing this for very long. But it's a lot of fun. It's not even bit crushed, actually. It's just EQ and auto-tune. And by the way, all my audio stuff is just open source plugins on the M2 running on Garla. So this is X42 auto-tune, and that's pretty much it. That and some EQ in front. Just toggle it in. Returns, Princess. I'm bad at digital audio. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to mess around with audio. Once I get like really like really worked up when I do this kind of stuff. Still nervous too, but okay. I play the piano and the little accordion. That's really cool. I would love to try the accordion someday. It's like, because it has the keyboard, right? So since I can play piano, it sounds like it would be fun. Because it's a really fun instrument, but I've never tried it. Yeah, I put on that little effect like last night. I was like, oh, I'm gonna do this song. Let's see if I can, just add that in really quickly. And thankfully it's pretty easy with Carla's OSC interface. You can just send commands to it. So I just added a button for that to my little control interface thing. Yeah, if you can play piano, you can play half of Italian accordion and none of the Irish start. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so I guess next up, I will do a bit of a classic. In Japan, at least. See if I can find that. Wait, did I not? Oh, it's here. And I guess I'll keep going until my voice dies, but hopefully it won't die too much. Because also my throat isn't super great this morning, but let's see what happens. Alright, let's see if I can do this one without too much pain. Oh, wait. There we go with reverb. Oh, wait, it was turned off. Why did I press the wrong button?ごめんね、素直じゃなくって夢の中なら言える思考回路はショート寸前今すぐ会いたいよ泣きたくなるよなムーンライト電話もできないミッドナイトだって順調をどうしようハートは万華鏡月の光に導かれ何度も巡り合う星座の瞬き数え占う恋の行方同じ国に生まれたのミラクルロマンスもう一度二人でウィーケンド神様叶えてハッピーエンド現在過去未来もあなたに首だけ出会った時の懐かしい眼差し忘れない幾千万の星からあなたを見つけられる偶然のチャンスに変える生き方が好きよ不思議な奇跡クロスして何度も巡り合う星座の瞬き数え占う恋の行方同じ国に生まれたのミラクルロマンス信じているのミラクルロマンスSo that that was Moonlight Densetsu, which is the opening to Sailor Moon. The original Sailor Moon. It's a pretty retro song, but I really like it. I like the melody. I also like playing it. Not that I was planning on that, but you know. That kind of thing. It's a really fun song. Alright, so I don't know if I should do this next song. The next song is gonna be a challenge because I don't actually know it that well. I looked up I didn't really know the C section. And there's like a rap part. But it's a really cute song. I think a lot of people know it. So I'm going to try it. And I will see how it goes. I hope I actually downloaded that. Yeah, it's here. I think it's this one. No, it's probably this one. Hold on, let me just double check. Yeah, it should be this one. Actually, I wanted to use, alright, I wanted to use the audio from the other one. Hold on, let me totally reset a thing here. I'm like editing files in real time. Just give me 1 second. This is what I get for not actually testing this. I think I need that on top of this one. Just 1 second. I really should have just prepared this before. It might be. Oh, actually, it's really close. Oh, cool. Okay, then I can just Okay, I got lucky. Sorry, I was just like, I have like the audio in one place and then like the lyrics in the other place, and I was like, wait, what? I think this will work. Yeah, that works. Cool. Alright, let's see how this goes. This one, is a pretty well-known anime opening. I think some of you might know it. Alright, let's go! It's a really cute song, so let's see. And as I said, I don't know it that well. Let's see how it goes. 君を見てるといつものハートドキドキ揺れる想いはマスマルみたいにふわふわいつか頑張る君の横顔ずっと見てても気づかないよね夢の中なら二人の今日に一日逃げれる運動になお願い二人だけの鳥歌いもくださいお気に入りののざざ泣いてこ time, fa time, fa time, fa time. ぶとしたしぐさに今日もハートズキズキさりげな笑顔深読みしすぎてオーバーヒートいつか目にした君の間近を瞳閉じても浮かんでくるよ夢でいいから二人だけのスイートタイム欲しいの神様どうして好きになるほど一人でないと切ないのとっておきのくまちゃん出したし今夜は大丈夫かな、It's hard, it's fast, and I don't know it that well. I think I don't remember the C section. Like at all. I forgot the here. 先生に話せば Makes up the melody 何か変わるのかなそんな気するけどだけどそれが一番難しいのよ私の書き方がどうしようてか点取り考えてる時点で全然自然じゃないよねもういいやねちゃ神様お願い一度だけのミラクルタイムくださいもしすんなり話せればその後はどうきがなるよねPapa time, Papa time, Papa time, Papa time, Papa time, Papa time. That was hard. That part is fun there. Hope you enjoyed that. I'm out of breath. I'm kind of shaking. Just about did it, kind of. I did kind of mess up a few parts. But, yeah. It's a fun song. I should practice it more. Alright, let's take a short break before I have two more songs and just need to catch my breath a bit and then we'll go back to Collins. So yeah, maybe I should do singing streams like this more often. I don't know. It is a lot of fun. It's also, it's like I run out of breath. But it's like Fluffy time is like fluffy time. This is the name of the song. Fluffy time. Yeah, so far it hasn't crashed. And I think we haven't really had extra runs that I've heard noticeably so far. So I did cheat a little bit. I did set the CPUs to the performance governor, so they're always at full speed. And I also restricted Carla to the P cores only to make sure they don't get scheduled on an E core and then run out of time. And doing that, it seems to have been pretty reliable so far. Definitely a lot better than my previous Intel machine. And it's also running at half the buffer size. So yeah, let's see. Maybe we can improve it even further someday and get even lower latency. But so far, what's really showing, I think, is that you don't get the kind of like random dropouts you get on Intel. Like sometimes, like the BIOS can like steal your CPU and or like like it throttles in a bad way, and it's not really doing that. I've only noticed it like overrunning when I actually do something, and that's probably just like a software bug. It's probably like bad prioritization or stuff like that. So yeah, it's pretty solid so far. Actually, the pipewire crashes I've had have been either when devices disappeared or something to do with like the taskbar thumbnails actually crashed right before the stream and I had to restart everything. I was like, oh no! But I realized it crashed when I showed a taskbar thumbnail which actually uses pipewire to capture the window. And it's not like it always crashes, but apparently sometimes it can. So I was just like, okay, I'm gonna turn off the thumbnails and hopefully we're good. Alright, so let's do a calmer song next. It's also a popular song in the English-speaking world, but this version is a little bit special and some of you might know it. Let's see if I can find it. I think it's this one. Yeah, that should work. Alright, let me get some water and let's see if I can do it. I actually sang this one at like a real karaoke with a friend of mine recently. It was a lot of fun. Alright, let's go. Hitori bochi恐れずに生きよう夢見てた寂しさ押し込めて強い自分を守っていこう Country roads この道ずっと行けばあの街に続いてる気がする Country roads 歩き疲れ佇むと浮かんでくるふるさとの街丘を巻く坂の道そんな僕を叱っている Country roads この道ずっと行けばあの街に続い song. Pretty high though. So yes, this is from Whisperer of the Heart, Mimi o Sumaseba, the Ghibli movie. I think it was translated for the movie, if I'm not mistaken. Donnaくじけそうな時だって決して涙は見せないで心なしか歩調が早くなっていく思い出消すため Country roads この道ふるさとへ続いても僕は行かないさ行けない Country roads Country roads 明日はいつもの僕さ帰りたい帰れないさよなら Country roads Oh my god, my voice is dying I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do the last song. Maybe I should go back to the chat for a while and then, I don't know. And do it. Or at least give me some time to catch my breath. Thank you, Raul. Ukulele version. I don't know the ukulele version of this song. But yeah, Country Roads was translated to Japanese. Well, kind of. For the Ghibli movie Whisper of the Heart. And there's also a joke version in the movie that talks about concrete roads instead of country roads. They're talking about Tokyo. I think it was Tokyo. And so when I went to karaoke with my friend, we were singing it, and at the end of the song, he goes, "Concrete roads," and I'm like, no, that's the wrong song. But yeah, there's a funny joke version of it that one of the characters sings in the movie. Can I do the next song? I think I need... but if I do chit chat, my voice is gonna get tired anyway. Maybe I should just go for it. Okay, let me rest a few minutes at least. I need to drink some water. I'm gonna need like cough drops if I start doing the singing more often, because I'm not that used to it. But hopefully that was fun. Alright, last song. Your last song is in English. And I hope some people know it. It's a very recent song. I mean, I think giving more details would spoil it, but... yeah, don't worry. I mean, even if I, get my throat a bit, stressed, it's not that bad. Like, I've done much crazier than this before, and I know that's a bad idea, but... as long as I can still talk later, even if I might be a bit quieter during the next chit chat parts, but should be fine. Just one more song. I might just sound a bit croaky. Can I find that? Should be this one. Let me check the volume. That should be fine, I think. Alright, maybe just go for it. Let me get some more water before I start. And let's see how it goes. Last song. It has a long intro. I hope some of you recognize it though. Baby, go off the rails. Don't you know it's time to raise our sails? It's freedom like you never knew. Don't need bags or a pass. Say the word, I'll be there in a flash. You could say my hat is off to you. Oh, we can zoom all the way to the moon from this great wide wacky world. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yay! It's time to jump up in the air. Jump up, don't be scared. Jump up and your cares will soar away. And if the dark clouds start to swirl, don't fear, don't shed a tear, 'cause I'll be your one-up girl. So let's all jump up super high, high up in the sky. There's no power up like dancing. You know that you're my superstar. No one else can take me this far. I'm flipping this switch. Get ready for this. Oh, let's do the Odyssey. Odyssey, yes, see. 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 Odyssey, Odyssey. Spin the wheel, take a chance. Every journey starts a new romance. A new world's calling out to you. Take a turn off the past. Find a new addition to the cast. You know that any captain needs a crew. Take it in stride as you move side to side. They're just different points of view. Jump with me, grab coins with me, oh yay! Come on and jump up in the air. Jump without a care. Jump up 'cause you know that I'll be there. And if you find you're short on joy, don't fret, just don't forget that you're still our one-up boy. So go and straighten out your cap. Let your toes begin to tap. This rhythm is the power shroom. Don't forget you're the superstar. No one else could make it this far. But comb through that stash. Now you've got panache. Oh, let's do the Odyssey. Odyssey, yes, see. Odyssey, yes, see. Odyssey, yes, see. Odyssey, 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 Odyssey. I did it! Just about. The last note. That was pretty high. So yeah, there's an English song for you. For those who don't know, that is Jump Up Superstar from Super Mario Odyssey. Which is super cool that, I really love that game. That was so much fun. And it's so cool that they had like a jazz song in there. And it's a really, really awesome song. Yeah. Okay, now my voice is properly messed up. Alright. Then I think it's time for more coins. Give me a sec to catch my breath. And find my windows again, because they're all moving now. Alright, let's go back to guests. And so, let's see if we can get our next guest. Hope you had fun with the karaoke segment. My first call-in stream and like variety thing like this. I was so nervous.
Don't be nervous. Lina. You'll become Lina. It's not Lina.
Lina. That's
Lina. Yeah, it's already. Think about it. Like today is Misoga. It's the 30th, right?
Yeah.
And tomorrow it's the 31st,
Yeah.
and it's New Year. It's already 2 days. Like not even 2 days. It's like a 1.5 day left.
Yeah, it's almost 2023 already, and there's so much stuff I wanted to do that I couldn't do this year.
I was like, oh, there's a bunch of the stuff that I really need to done before the end of the year, but I'm just lazy. I'll just be lazy.
I know. You know what? I'm going to do a little thing here.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to do this. And now we're facing each other.
Reverse! Yay! Okay! Noise!
And it looks nicer that way. Alright.
Yeah.
Sorry, since the years are mostly arbitrary. Yeah, but then, there's still, you want to get so much stuff done this year, and then the end of the year comes closer and closer, and it's like, oh my gosh, when I don't have time.
It is. Ha
Ah.
it is. I I was talking to my viewers also says like, can you believe it? It's only like 2 days, not completely 2 days left into 2023. Feels like time flees so fast, but also
Yeah.
feels like when you actually in that period, like when you are so like crazily busy in that period, you don't feel it.
Yeah. You don't feel the time passing, but it just passes, and then like when you notice, it's like it's 2 weeks
exactly.
later. Wait, what?
Exactly, it is. I was like, OMG.
Ah.
Oh my gosh.
There's always
Yeah.
next year to do stuff, though. There's a lot of things I want to do next year too. So
Yeah, it is. I was like, oh jeez, what?
yeah.
Like, okay, pick one thing that you feel so regret you haven't done for this year. One thing, like the most, like the most.
I wanted to make more music because I debuted it this year, right? In April, and I wanted to do more music stuff too. And I've just been so busy with everything. It's just like, so next year I want to spend more time making music.
Oh, nice. Music. Yes, you can do some music and play music. Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
might have some plans maybe.
like people always making plan every time, like the first day or second day of the year says,
Mhm.
this year I'm gonna make this, go make it come true.
Yeah,
Like, and then have a bunch of lists, like a long list of it, but never just make it come true.
I know, like New Year's resolutions, and then it's like you never get to half of it or more.
Yeah, it's never gonna happen. It's like I was wrote like last year at the December, like last day last year. I said, okay, I like the goal that I wrote at beginning of 2021 doesn't actually like it comes true. So I'm just keep using some of the goal for next year, like 2022.
Right.
Hopefully I can still use it.
Just roll it over, right? Yeah, of course.
and none of them can actually come true.
Well, so hope it does.
It is. I was like, oh, we can use it this year too.
Yeah, why not?
Fantastic thing about it.
Just push it forward.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I was like, yeah, so excited. Well, the people start asking me, what is the goal for next year? What is the goal for next year? I was like, the same as last year, I guess.
What kind of
So.
So,
Yeah, it was like my goal for 2022 is to get 10k subscriber, but it didn't come true. And then another goal is to have a sing cover for each months, but didn't come true. And I feels like, but like start from it start from this how it's called September, and then to now December. I kind of like make the goal, start making the goal comes true. It was like maybe next year. There's one chance in next year.
Yeah,
I can finally make it to 12 covers for each month. Maybe
you can do it. You can do it. You can do it, Yume.
I hope
できるできるよできる絶対できる。
できる毎年はできるだ言うのにできる
今年はなんか大変だったね。Like you got sick right this year, so
Yeah, I know. Like this year's been a lot for most of the people. Like I said that if I'm going to summarize this year for myself, I will use taihen. Like I don't know how to say in English, like difficult or something, hard. Yeah, I believe it's a hard. To be hard for me, a lot of reasons. So how do you want to summarize yours like this year of yours with one word only?
Exciting.
Excited? Oh wow.
Yeah, because I debuted this year, right? And I never done this VTuber thing before, right? And it's just been like so much fun, but you know, like I also made so many friends, and it's like so much more than I imagined. That I was like, oh my god, I'm so glad I became a VTuber.
Nice. Oh, I'm happy to hear some
Thank you.
VTubers say that I'm happy to become VTuber and become friends with you. Like I'm happy. I'm always happy to hear some. Like even though like people say that being a VTuber is going to spend a lot of time that people usually cannot you know take an advance or like spend that much of the time, and then VTuber keep saying that don't become VTuber. It's just burning out your all of the saving money. And I was like, okay, but I still want to have some new blood that comes in. It's like whenever the people say that VTuber is like this, that's all for VTuber. Like there's nothing they can do, and then some new bloods comes in, and they always bring the entire market and the entire world to like push forward, and then always appreciate that.
Yeah, like
It's just like I see Lina can do music, and then can do programming, and then can do drawing, and then
no, I
can do
can't
rigging.
draw. I can't draw.
Ooh, you can.
No, I can't. I'm
If
terrible at it.
If I can, you can.
I can't. You'll have to teach me if you want me to draw. I'm really terrible at it.
Oh no. I am the person who's really terrible at the drawing. You are good.
You drew what?
Don't
You've never seen me draw. You don't know how terrible I am. You drew that really cute picture for Yohana-san. That was so nice.
No. I believe Lina has a really cute drawing, just like me.
No, I'm terrible. I'm really bad, but I would like to get better.
No.
But I have to practice, and I just.
You will. Don't worry about that. Don't worry too much about it. You will get better. Like it's all connected to practice. If you don't practice, you won't get better. Just draw more. Just like me. The motivation that I draw the new like the fan art pictures. Like my favorite VTuber friend is going to graduate. or like my VTuber friend is going to have a big day, like a birthday or new outfit. Yeah, that could be motivation. Hopefully, it could be motivation for you.
Maybe I should do that. The thing is, like, I'm always like, well, I can't draw, so I can make music. So for people's birthday, I do some music thing always.
Don't worry about that. Like, well, like as long as you how to say that? As long as you try your best and then let people know that you tried your best, then people will not say like anything about it. So don't worry.
Alright. Since Terrence Fan says pull the juniper and remake your own model. I mean, I'm already rigging my own model, but I would never replace that because that's hard.
すごいじゃないですか。わいすごいじゃないですか。おい。謙虚すんな。
まだ、あのね、前髪はまだなんかぶっすりかけてないでずっとそれやろうって思ったら全然やってない。
いや。
でも猫耳かわいい。猫耳はかわいい。
かわいい。これね、みにゃちゃんのクリスマス帽子の姿も見たいな。
クリスマス帽子はね、時間なかったんからさ、来年かな？来年やる。
来年やる
来年なるよ。
じゃあ、待つ。ちょっとして待つ。
待っててください。
はい、待つ。クリスマス。
Yeah, I like your Halloween. Halloween.
Oh yeah, that one.
That was cute too.
I can maybe not break it. Yeah, that. That one. which is now covered by the panel.
痛い痛い嫌ってな。来た Halloween. It's like a Marisa from Touhou.
A little bit, yeah. It looks a little bit like Vanessa's head, right?
Right? Like Marisa の帽子。かわいいかわいい。
Yeah, and also there's the fan art that Nanase made in like the witch uniform with the hat and everything, and also the magic wand and stuff. And the first time I saw the line art for that, I was like, that looks like Marisa.
It is. That looks like Marisa. Yay!
Yeah,
Right.
Yumeri and I both like Touhou projects, so
Yay! Touhou! 最高！ね。だよね。Touhou 最高ね。
do you know about my earring? My left side earring?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Is it cherry? Is that cherry? May I ask? Is it cherry?
The right one is a little apple, right? But the other one,
Little apple. Oh.
the one that's not an apple.
Oh.
Can you tell what it is?
それはなんか
なんかな、結構ちっちゃいんだけどね。
めっちゃ黒猫？
違
黒
う。
猫？あ、プログラムのロゴ？
東宝の関係ですよ。
東宝かちょっと待って。絶対もうちょっと写真でちょっとなんか彩りね、赤、緑、ブルー。
そうそう。
なんだろう、この猫かな。ヒントお願い。
なんか、there's three colors, but actually there would be no more than three normally. It's just that I can only fit three. And the top part has a specific shape, the black part.
サスキ見えない。見づらい。
I should get like a larger one. Hold on, let me find a file.
見づらい。こ
Let me
れ
find
は
a file.
わかったあれかな。待って名前忘れた。ちょっと待って多分知ってるだけど名前が忘れちゃったかもしれない。ちょっと調べるね。
ね。
東宝キャラクターが多すぎる。あれやあれでも合ってるかもしれない。ちょっと待ってね。1分間くらい待ってほしい。1分間くらい待ってほしい。これこの一作だったっけな。
頑張れ。
なんかね、あれゴーストじゃん。鬼じゃん。
鬼かな。
鬼かな。鬼じゃないの。
ちょっと待ってね。拡大してる？
拡大してる。今見てる。拡大して
ちょっと
見てる。
こからしてみる？スクショで。
何
できるよ。ここで画像を載せるから。
おいや、ほんとになんかブルー、グリーン、赤。これなんかわかるかもしれんなんけど、
ちょっとわかりづらいかな。
ちょっとわかりづらい。でも多分わかるかもしれん。
そう
当ててみようかな。
ちょっとヒント欲しい？
ヒントお願い。
姉妹の一人。
ちょっと待って。姉妹といえばなんか姉妹いる いっぱいいるじゃないですか。
まあそうなんですけど。
まず、フランドルちゃん。
そうです。
そうなの。カジ見たい。
そうそうそう。
これ尻尾の。
羽羽。そう。
羽の。
そう。
黒いのは武器の武器だっけ？武器の。
そう、武器みたいなやつな。そう。
武器の柱とか。はあ、そっか。
そう。
いや、これならわかる。
So everybody else can see it. I'll put it on the screen.
Yay!
Yay! And you picked it up from like a tiny little.
Yeah, I was like, there's only two. Not only two sisters. Probably not only two sisters, but that might be my memory had wrong. Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. Because we both have I need sounds playing mat right under our keyboards.
I was like, なんだっけちょっとワクワクすぎる。スカーレット姉妹と、あれやな、ヒョイカの、なんだっけなんか、薬神と、なんだっけごめんなさい。日本語の夢が、より神ジョーンと、より神シオンだよ。あれも姉妹やねんと思ってさ、さっきもう姉妹といえば、ふとこの2つの姉妹しかないと思うんで、で、このじゃあ、色とりなら、スカーレート姉妹しかないかなと。
そう。
でも、レミリアちゃんの色は、紫ホワイト、白じゃん。
そう。
そうだから、フランドルしかないなと。
そう。Like the Emilia's wings are just like bat wings, right?
Yeah.
And but Fandor has like these like crystals, right? So it's a reference to that. It's a bit hard to tell.
It is a little had but as long as the people understand the content, we will like, oh, I see.
We probably have more than one Touhou fan in the audience, I think.
Yeah, Touhou fan, raise your hand, tap, boom.
Actually, like when I asked Shiranui-sensei to design the model, I had this idea of like a single crystal that would be like hard to tell, and he came up with this 3 plus the weapon thing idea, and I was like, oh, it's so cool, you came up with that. And then when Nanase drew the model for me, she put the 3 crystals on separate layers. So actually, it's hard to tell, but they actually move individually. Like they actually like bounce around a little bit. Not just the whole thing, but like the 3 separate crystals like move around.
Well, may I mean, this might be a little bit rude, but well, just from the color, how they paint, how they be enjoyed it doesn't looks like a crystal. So I was like, I have other idea. Like I have one idea that is not like it looks similar to this one, but I really forgot the name. Woman, Tengu. テングだったっけあやじゃなくて、あやとあやの同僚じゃなくて、なんか、あれなんだっけなんか、頭の中、空っぽになっちゃった
テングはなんか、頭の上の帽子みたいなやつと、なんか、歯のあれがあるね。何の木のやつがあるね。
羽が、アンバラス、なんかちょっと、違う、左側の羽と右側の羽が違う。So the like the shape of the wings have different shapes. And then
I didn't know that. Like,あやちゃん
ちゃんじゃない。あやちゃんじゃないな。あやちゃんじゃない。名前一文字しかないかもしれない。一文字は二文字しかない。誰名前本当に忘れた。
誰だっけ？なんかわかるかもけど。
わかるかも。ね、わかるかも。天狗じゃないな。でも今めっちゃね。
あれなんてだ、もし、天狗じゃない。
ぬえ、ぬえ、ぬえ。
あ、ぬえ、あれのやつ。そうそう、わかる。そうそう、ハサミみたいなやつね。そう。そう。確かに。
確かに似てるね。
ちょっと似てるね。そう。
赤、ブルー、赤、青、緑の部分は、羽の色と、手首にある緑色のヘビ。一瞬間これ思いついたけど、でも名前忘れたって。
そう、確かに。Like the colors match Nue, right? Yeah, I never thought of that. Alright.
Thank you.
You're right.
Thank you. ノエだ。どの
そう。
作だっ
そう全の絵。
け？ノエ。Which one was that from? Which one was she from?
I already have it pulled up here, but なんだっけ、サブタリアンアニメズムってなんかチレーデンだったっけ？チレーデンね。チレーデンの話。でも違う。そこの関係あるけど、なんか精霊戦に出たってだったっけ？
行政大戦争？
そう、このゲームまだやったことない。I only played the first three.
わかる。これだ。精霊戦だ。精霊戦ぐらいで。そこ？
精霊戦ね。
精霊戦だ。そう。
そう。なんかチレーデンの話で、精霊戦に選ばれたとかって感じ。
そう、精霊戦。サナエが初めて登場。サナエが初めて登場。そう。サナエちょっと待って。記憶が曖昧になっちゃった。ごめん。今日はテンション上がりすぎて。
楽しい。東宝の話楽しい。そう。
いや、東宝いいっすね。東宝自分でゲーム。
いやね、音楽大好きだよ。
わー、
音楽。なんか。
By the way, which one is your favorite Touhou music? Like not a doujin music, like original music.
Original song. That's hard. Because my favorite character is Ransan, so of course I like her song, but like, is there something else that I like better, like musically? Wow, that's hard. Is that like all of them? Well, maybe it's Bad Apple. The original, even.
Bad
Apple. Yeah.
Yes.
Because the melodies are a lot of fun, and even the original has like the beat section is different, right? In the original from the famous Ashamaria Dojin version. So like the Ashamaria is like na 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 na, but the original is like na 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 na, right? And like yeah, that's the most key.
わかる。めっちゃわかる。わかる。
なんか変が。
そう。バッドアップ、ほんに。
そう。
I really think Bad Apple is really good, like arrange.
Yeah.
Like all of the doujin music, like it's basically could be say like if people know Touhou, they must know, or like not must know, but like probably must know Bad Apple. And then the music video is so iconic.
The music video is crazy. And I think like it's so old, right? So it's not like the tools were that good back then. And like I'm like, how did they make it? Right? It's like mixing 2D and 3D, and it's so fluid, right?
and
It's so well done. It's like, wow.
Yeah, it is, and people still making like the remake and then
Yeah.
make it high, like a high solution, the highest like solution.
Resolution.
Yeah, high solution.
Yeah.
And then like make it with other, seem like a remake it, but mix with this one to other topic. Whatever. I feels like Bad Apple really good. Thank you.
Yeah. You know, it even ended up in like the news in America and the US one time. Like I think it was like CNN or something. Like, you know, there's this version. I think it was the one made with actual apples, where like someone carved it on. No, it was printouts on paper of like every frame, and then there was like apples or something. There was one like stop motion version, right? When someone like took a photo of every single frame and like cut it out. And that was like so famous it ended up in the news in America, and I'm like, no, don't in the news in America.
That's right. I still remember that the people said I'm going to make the entire Bad Apple music video with only PowerPoint. I was like, what? PowerPoint? And it was God. I was like, Kaji, really?
Yeah, that people like make like versions in all kinds of weird like hardware and like platforms. Like it's kind of a famous demo, right? Like when you're like messing with some new hardware, it's like, I'm gonna put Bad Apple on it. And there's a lot of people that do that. I've seen one with like, it was like Christmas lights, like just a bunch of Christmas lights thrown on the floor, but then somehow like they were like pixels and it was playing Bad Apple, but it wasn't like a grid, right? It wasn't like you know, like XY. It was just like randomly placed Christmas lights, but then suddenly Bad Apple was playing on it. I was like, what?
Like, whoa, Bad Apple! Like maybe people, like most of the people doesn't know Touhou, but they know Bad Apple.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, Bad Apple! And then, you like Touhou? What is Touhou? I like the song. This happened. This also happened. Okay.
I'm glad we have Bad Apple to spread the Touhou love to other people.
そうそうそう。
なんだっけ、ハマってほしいみんな、Touhouに。
ね。I haven't been talking with someone about Touhou like this for so long.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like very passionate discussion. Discussion and like this, like that. I think this one is good. I think that one, blah blah blah. I just feel like it's really good.
Yeah.
Like, will you have a friend that you can talk with the same hobby with it, and then with passionate, and then they could understand you instead of they say, "Ew, what is that? Sounds so old." Touhou? Never heard. Does they have anime? No. Wow, that is so old.
There's so many people that are like, "Is this anime? No, it's not anime."
It's not anime. Then what it is? It's actually a game.
And it's pretty funny also because it's like really hard to explain to people that don't know like Japanese culture just how big Touhou is, right? Because everyone's like, so there's this one guy that made, you know, a series of indie games, and now there's entire conventions dedicated to it.
Like they were asking one person, like not an entire team. Yeah, one person, including the music and illustration. Yeah, it is. Me, I see it. Yes. Oh, well, the illustration is not really that good after all. Yeah, my friend literally did say that.
There's a charm to the Zun style, especially the older ones.
Yeah. I said at least he improved in last 20 years.
Yeah.
You see, this is the first art that he have for the game, and then this is a recent one. And then my friend said, "Oh, he did really improve a lot."
Yeah. But it's so amazing, right? That people talk like that. that content, the music, the characters, the stories, and made like whole new things. There's so much music in every style. There's doujinshi telling all kinds of stories and things that people make up. And there's like fan lore that became canon, and there's fan games. And like, how did that happen, right? It's so cool.
Yes, right. Yeah. Wow. They really talk a lot about this one. Wow.
Do you want to hear an interesting thing about Touhou that I figured out? Music thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
So, I'm gonna turn down the BGM so that other people can hear. You can hear the piano on the call, right? You got it, né? Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, there's kind of a thing with Touhou music where, like, Touhou songs kind of sound like Touhou songs, right? Like, even when you hear it for the first time, it's like, なんか、東宝っぽいよね、とか、それがあるね。And like, I thought it's like, what is that, right? What makes a song sound like Touhou? And I think I figured it out, at least part of it. So you know how like, you have scales, right? And like the minor scale sounds like this. But then there's also like the pentatonic scale, right? That sounds like this. So it turns out that actually, if you skip this note, then you end up with this scale with 6 notes. And doesn't that already kind of sound like Touhou?
It is.
It's like almost
It is like a. Yeah, it's like a last phrase of the song.
Yeah.
Like going up and down. Going up is like a start, and then going down is like end. Feels like that. Very. Oh, you got it! You got it!
And so like it's like it makes sense because Touhou is like this mix of like a bit sad, a bit mysterious, like the minor scale, but then it's also very Asian, right? Very Japanese, and so the pentatonic scale, right?
Yeah.
Is very Asian, and then the minor scale is very like sad and mysterious, and so that 6-note scale is actually in between. It has like one more note than the pentatonic scale, and one fewer note than the minor scale. I'm like, that makes sense.
Wow.
And then the interesting thing is that for the chords, it's usually like the minor chords like that, but then like he uses the I guess in major that's a 4, in minor that would be a 5. Sorry, a 6. And so like that note is the one you skip actually. So it's like the chords use that note, but the melody doesn't. And there's like so many Touhou songs fit that, and sometimes there's other chords, but like, but like. That one's different, but it's almost always like notes from that scale.
I can tell.
And that was a bit different, but It's always based around that like scale and those 3 chords, and then sometimes there's other stuff, but like if you just play like random stuff with those chords and notes like that, it sounds like a Touhou song.
すごい!
Just making stuff up, but like a Touhou っぽくない?
sell this melody to me. I will make lyrics of it.
I just made that. I don't know what I just played. I just made it up.
This is absolutely amazing. I honestly, this is really absolutely amazing. I'm not lying. This is really is like absolutely amazing. No doubt.
you.
No doubt. No doubt.
Thank you
I
so
was
much.
like, oh, there's a moment I was like, this has to be my original song.
We can do that if you want. If you want an original song that sounds like a Touhou song, I think I can do that.
Oh, absolutely! I will definitely.
I think I can do that.
Have you to make me one. Wow!
I think I can do that. Let's do it. Let's make you an original song in Touhou style.
Nice.
Let's do it. Do it. Get it. Yeah, 楽しいですよ. Yeah, like actually, you know, I always kind of wanted to make more, like make an original song like that, but I never had like a good context. So if you want like an original song, like I will do that. That's so much fun.
Absolutely, I will definitely invite you. There's no reason I don't want to invite such a talented person like you. No way. There's no way.
Thank you so much. For such a talented singer. That's my first song. You're really good, right? Like, I was like struggling to remember the first time when you had me over the other day, but like, and then I remember it's like, oh right, it was like the first time I watched you was the 2-year anniversary stream, right? And I was just like, this is so cool, like all the video and everything you made, but then you started singing. It's like, wow, so good.
You just make me shy. Oh, thank you. You're good. Both of us are good.
Thank you.
No doubt. Yeah.
どうぞ。
いや、どうぞ。なんも
さ、
ないよ。
動画すごかったよ。2年記念のやつでさ。
2年記念の。新衣装の投入動画
Like
私さ、配信中にお昼さ、今日は2周年目行くぞみたいな。それ
Like, it took, the beginning you had trouble, right? Like starting it or something and then it worked? Like the whole playback?
Yeah, the intro video of my second anniversary. Yeah,
That was so good though. Like, it was like a whole story. Like, I'm always amazed, because like, I feel like, I'm a VTuber, but like, I'm just kind of having fun and doing the things I want to do and stuff, but like, sometimes I feel like I don't put that much effort into it. And then I see you like, oh my god, like, Hime-chan has like this whole video and an amazing model, and then like all these things she does, and like, and posts YouTube shorts, and it's like, wow, I wish I could do stuff as cool as that. You're so good.
You will do. You can do it. You can do it. Do it.
I don't know if I can do it as well as you do.
Absolutely. There's if you want, like, it's not if you can do it or if you cannot do it. It's always like if you want to do it.
That's
and
true.
do it.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
It's always like that. If you want to, like, I know it's a bit like a senpai-zura, but I really want to say that people's like, oh, I'm afraid that this one not going to get a success. I'm afraid that people will be saying like they don't like that. But like, if it's a content that if you really want to do it and really want to show like at least once in front of the people to say I have this idea, just do it. No one will say anything if you fail. They will be like the worst thing. It's like the worst thing could be like people don't like the content, but what else? There's nothing else. Yeah, don't get afraid of that. Do it.
Yeah, I should put more effort into the like actual VTubing part, not just the like what I actually do, but like the like add more things to the model and put out more content and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do whatever. Like I in the past year, I think the most that I said to my viewers is like, "Oh, I was really want to do this one, but I didn't do it." Like they would ask, "Why you didn't do it?" And I was like, "Oh, because this I lack of time." And then I don't have time. And like I always find an excuse for myself. But I realized that if I want to do it, and then like viewers start saying that you were not like this, like you don't have this much concern at beginning when you like you say I want to do it, and then a couple days later we saw like they saw the result that I made a trial or something. And I was like, I was like that, but now I just so afraid of a lot of stuff, afraid of the feel, afraid of people just don't like the content, because all of the free and that it's kind of like stop me to create more content. But you know, that's just because there's a lot of things happening. Like you did that one between this. But what I want to say is like never afraid of what you want to do. It's not like just do it. If it's a field, then field. What you can at least you can get some experience from it.
Yeah,
Right.
definitely. Yeah, I want to do at least more music stuff because that's a lot of fun, and I think people like it when I talk about music or
Yeah,
business
they
around
will
that.
like
So I
it.
should do at least some like piano string. I thought I actually said I was gonna maybe do it because I have a Twitch channel where not very often, but sometimes I do like random, just random things. So I was gonna do like random piano practice or something, but maybe I should like stream some improvising and see if I get ideas for your song.
You
Maybe
can,
we
you
can pick from that.
Yeah, definitely. Don't free to do it. Just do it. If you have songs, just do it. Do it.
Yeah. I was just thinking of like, but like I was thinking of like your shorts and everything. I was just like, I don't even know how I would be like if it's chatting that kind of stuff.
Well, like if you want to ask me anything about that, I'm free to open to like teach you or let you know how to do it. Like that's not a problem. After all, you helped me a lot with my as well.
Thank you. Oh yeah, I do still want to hear you play because now your piano works, right?
Yeah. I also want to do it. So yeah, don't worry. It will come true. It will come true slowly. Won't like we cannot do like I have this idea, I have that idea. I'm going to make it all comes true in 1 week. It's not like it's not how it works. Just slow down and take a step by step. That's it.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
don't think. Ne. 頑張って。
頑張ります。ありがとう。
いやちょっとねごめんねなんか最近でさなんかいろんなことがあって先輩面になってしまったごめんね私も大した人じゃないのになんか先輩面で、人生助言みたいな言葉言っちゃって
Yeah.
ごめんね
I'm also so glad that you're doing so much stuff now. Like when it's なんか大変だったね, but like now you're putting out so much content and you're streaming often, and you know you have like the shorts and the Akatsuki cafe and all that, and you just got 4,000 followers, right? On subscribers on YouTube, right? Yeah. ごちゃめだって
ありがとう
応援するよ応援するよ
応援してありがとうございます
ごめん発音は変なおかしい
いやさっきただ応援するよちょっとたまにあるよなんかおばあさんだからたまにそういう時があるね理解してね
いや
もう年寄りやから私も58歳の年寄りやからそろそろかな
そうかな
そろそろかな次の人ね So I think it's time You should leave time for the people after me right?
Thank you so much for coming Yuma-chan, that was so much fun I'm so glad we got to talk about Touhou stuff because I don't get to talk about it with many friends
いいの
めっちゃ楽しかったありがとう
いや こちらこそ誘ってくれてありがとう。Thank you for inviting me ね。
Yeah, thank you so much for coming, Yume-chan, everyone. Thank you so much.
Yay! Thank you. Then we'll leave this. We'll leave this happy environment to you. And bye.
Thank you so much. またね。
またね。What's
Thank you. That was so much fun. I'm so glad Yume-chan could come. Alright. So we do have 4 people waiting. I think they're listening. I'm going to take another very quick break for a couple minutes. And we'll be right back. Let's turn off that. I'm gonna be right back with more people. Okay, just 1 minute. so just waiting a bit for the next guest to be ready, but we should have a few more people left. Hope everyone enjoyed the stream so far. It's my first time doing this kind of variety stream, so hope it's going okay. You can probably take the head off now, because it pokes under the guest list. Actually, can I just like undo the? That should work. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much. You seem like you're having a lot of fun, and it makes me happy. Thank you. I'm so glad that so many of my friends are showing up. It's so much fun talking with everyone, and I don't get to do this very often, like on voice chat, so it's really nice. Oh, I think we have someone. Seagate-san and Luna. Oh, wait, yeah, they weren't. Now you're on stream. And let me get you on the list. Here we go. Alright, so welcome everyone, Seagate and Luna. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm soft and fluffy as always.
So,
Yeah.
Hey, どうぞ.
I'm just the engineer, maybe. Not a YouTuber, nor the Vtuber.
Luna, for those who don't know, Luna is the main developer of T2D, which is the Vtuber software that I use. Yeah, like I wouldn't be here without her. At the beginning when I debuted, we ended up doing like a really crazy crunch time. So yeah, we have some. I mean, just align the size. There we go. So yeah, we have some memories from that, and so I've done a bit of contributing to T2D, but not too much. And lately, yeah, Seagate has been doing a lot of work and some really cool stuff for T2D. So I hope you can tell us a little bit more about that later if you want. But yeah, that's Luna and Seagate. So thank you so much for joining.
I mean, I would have joined anyway.
So Luna is actually oh, どうぞ.
Thank you for inviting.
I'm so glad you could come too. So yeah, Luna's actually kind of like just upstairs, because she's actually visiting Japan right now, and she's staying with me. But like we could, I was so running last minute with everything that we couldn't work out the logistics of second sharing,
microphone and tracking
second
and...
microphone and everything. So yeah, she's just like in the room next door and like joining on the call.
From
So
my
it's sort of
M1
funny.
MacBook.
Yeah. And I'm streaming from an M2 MacBook.
Nice.
Actually, I'm curious, what kind of hardware do you use, Seagate?パソコンとかどの種類使ってます？
I'm just using some handheld PC.
Oh, handheld.
Maybe like an Intel Nuke, like small PC.
Oh, like you mean like a small form factor, like the Nook things? Yeah.
But I'm currently using tablet.
Oh,
For speaking, yeah.
nice.
Because I failed to set up to use voice.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. So is it like a PC tablet or like a mobile? Like Android or iOS?
So I usually use it using PC.
Mm-hmm.
But for today, I just connect throughout the tablet.
So is it like a tablet PC or is it like Android or iOS?
No, Android.
Android.
tablet.
Okay. Yeah. So tell us a little bit about what you've been working on T2D, because I saw a lot of really cool features. There was what was it, like the new deform stuff and all that, and the like I forget, it was like the mesh
Mesh group.
yeah, mesh group stuff.
Yeah. Currently, I'm testing one. Yeah. So I use it. I use Inno2D from the maybe this April, and trying rigging by myself, like Midori or Aka model, and then I found some hard thing to do rigging. So I implemented some of the algorithm or deformers inside, and it contributed into the Inno2D for now. And maybe some part included. Maybe first, my contribution is not Inno2D creator. Actually, maybe face tracking.
Face tracking. All right.
Maybe.
Because you were looking at, what was it, the Sony thing, right?
Currently, I'm trying to. Maybe first, my contribution is the OpenSea adapter implementation, and then maybe extended some of the grasses, jeans, meme grasses.
Right. Yeah, you also did the jeans. Yeah.
And then currently, I'm trying to implement some Sony's Mokopi sensors receiver. Yeah, so maybe that is one of my contribution to Inno2D, yeah, for now. And another thing is maybe auto mesh generation or some kind of flipping functionality that is included in the Nitri for now, maybe. And then latest one is mesh group, still in work, but maybe I hope some kind of similar functionality will be merged in near future.
Yeah, you're doing so much stuff like recently. I'd forgotten about the auto mesh part too, because like I wrote the original auto triangulate, which is a very, very simple algorithm, and but it's not very useful for like getting the edges easily. You just have to draw all the points. So it's so cool that you implemented auto mesh.
Auto mesh is some kind of maybe auto mesh is consists of several parts. So auto connection is originally implemented by Luna, and maybe auto pointing or auto meshing. Maybe just putting some points is implemented using some maybe OpenCV or DCV like algorithm.
Right.
We have a fork of DCV that Seagate is maintaining, and using contour detection to find like the outline of the thing and then putting stuff in.
That's really cool. I really look forward to that because it should make rigging so much easier. I don't have to put the points down by hand. So yeah, that's really nice that we're slowly getting features to make T2D a lot easier to rig in. I also remember like when I started, I really wanted some copy paste stuff and some like mirroring things for the parameters, and I ended up writing these like sort of hacky features that are a bit hard to understand in the UI, but once you understand them, it helps with some stuff. But I didn't really have a lot of time when at the beginning of this year when I was trying to rush to get my debut done, that I didn't really have a lot of time to do like complicated features like auto mesh and better deformations and stuff. So I'm so glad that you're working on it. It's really cool and it's really making T2D an awesome software.
Thank you very much. So I want to be a user than a developer for any kind of tools. I actually maintain or developing some course of the GIMP painting software, but that is still just the modification of the pain point of my workflow. So again, it's same for the Innochi2D. So I want to be the user, and I want to do my rigging like Midori or Aka, and then find some problem, and then want to put some contribution. So that is my style for the development of the tool. So Innochi2D is a very good project for that you all accept my contribution or my touch. That is very glad. I'm very happy compared with the other projects.
Really, I think it's so cool that you're helping out. Like, oh, by the way, for those who don't know, Sigich also drew, because he also draws. So he drew the reference the sample models that we have, Aka and Midori. So it's so cool that you can like draw and rig and program and everything, and then make your own tooling for speeding up those processes and everything.
So maybe I want to be some kind of, how to say, full stack engineer or full stack artist.
Full stack art, that's so cool! I love that.
Yeah, and Aka and Midori is so kind of maybe first my trial of rigging actually. So this figure I used here is the mascot character of the unofficial mascot character of GIMP Town, and that is my first rigging. But this is only the portrait model, so I don't have the legs in this model. So Aka and Midori was the first my trial to rigging for the rigging of the full spec or full body model. So that is a very interesting trial for me.
Yeah, I have like some rigging of my legs and stuff that I showed when I did the energy session demo, and then I used to talk about that right now in a sec, but like it's not very advanced. So I would like to like improve the rig on the like the turning on the body that I don't really have anything right now and stuff like that. Trying to make it more natural. So Lina, how about you tell us about what you've been working on in Innochi2D?
I have not been working too much on code as of late. I've been taking a break, but I'm slowly returning. Currently, I'm working on mostly documentation stuff because people are actually starting to use this now, and now people need to know how to actually use it. And I'm also working on a animation timeline so that you can predefine animations and either like trigger them in session. For example, if you have like a surprise animation or whatever, or like an animation for when you lose tracking. And also, wait, what was I talking about again? Animation system and thinking.
Thinking.
Oh yeah, also, so you can export videos of your animations and stuff like that.
Right.
And I'm also working on adding the Automator UI, because there's actually a system that's been in Innochi2D for quite a while now that's not exposed to the user unless you just write your own JSON.
Oh, right, yeah, because I have my own, like, in my client, like, a few of the Automator stuff just sitting there.
Yeah. So, the Automators basically allow you to, like, predefine chains of, like, maybe, like, a sine wave affecting another sine wave and stuff like that, and then sending it to a parameter. Well, that's at least the idea. I still need to expand on the idea, but...
Yeah, I have one of those in the like hard-coded demo app I keep using. Like there's a subtle breathing thing in my model, and that's using one of those.
Yeah.
That's like the only thing I use it for right now.
Yeah. I plan to add more of them. Like I want to add like one where you can like draw your own wave and it'll follow it. And, like stepped, and also yeah, stuff like that. Basically allow you to automate parameters in a nice way.
That's really cool. There's lots of stuff you can do with that, right? For like also kind of animations, but like cyclic and that kind of thing, right? Nice.
But yeah, it will especially be useful for like VTubing, because So like a pain point I hear a lot in Live 2D is like wanting to animate something over time. And if you want something to be a loop, there's a workaround they use where they make a physics system that basically is like always moving. Basically like a
That sounds like
physics
such a
system that's broken.
hack.
Yeah. The automators aim to fix that by allowing you to have multiple and like composing them together.
It's starting to sound like, you know how like people make like stuff in Minecraft with redstone, but also if you know Little Big Planet, do you remember that game?
Yes, the one for the PlayStation Vita.
The 3, the PlayStation 3, Little Big Planet.
Oh.
Like, I think there was a Vita version too, though. But like,
okay.
you can make also like computers and stuff in that, and it's all based on the physics engine. So it's not like redstone. It's like you literally have like pistons moving pieces that then move other pieces that then trigger buttons and things like that. And you can make like crazy things with that and logic. It sounds like people are kind of doing the same thing with Live 2D physics.
Yeah. Or VTube Studio plugins. That's another thing.
That's a more reasonable way of doing it. So I was talking to Meigi about that earlier, right? The like emote triggers and all that stuff. It's really cool.
Yeah. But the pipeline for Live 2D stuff is really cursed because like you end up like having 7 Unity applications running, all fighting over GPU resources and whatever. And I want to solve that with Session. But I think I need to rewrite it first because it's quite the mess because I was basically crunching it to get it ready for my own like start of stream thing.
It's still pretty good though. I should start using it. I'm just being lazy about converting my my hacky code. But I did do that demo. I have a session rig somewhere, and it's really nice. Just being able to tweak the the mappings in real time and see the effect immediately, and add more complicated like expressions and then just see it and drag them all around. Because like right now for my cursed demo thing, I just have to recompile and restart every single time, which yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Inochi 2D has the power that you can do that, but it is kind of a hassle that you have to recompile every time, especially when the model can be slow to load.
Yeah, mine has gotten slower as I've been adding things to it. Like for the hat and everything.
I should probably. I've been looking into making a way to like load the textures in parallel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you were looking at that like yesterday, right?
Yeah, but I'll need to copy the memory for the like thing you're loading into. What is it? Not TLS. Out of thread local storage.
Like the heap, you mean, or like?
Yeah, because like right now in the default everything is in the thread local storage.
Right.
But if you want to do things in parallel, you kind of want threads, and threads don't like things being in thread local storage.
You kind of need to have it in global memory, right? So.
Yeah. So I'm looking into how I can do that. I'm thinking I might copy it out of thread local storage into global memory and then do the thing.
So is it because like D puts stuff in local storage by default, or how does that work?
Yes, everything is by default in thread local storage unless you're marked as __ G shared or shared.
Huh. That's interesting.
Yeah. These multi-threading thing is very much focused on like message passing kind of stuff. So you pass immutable data around, but that's a bit hard here.
So is it like, is the TLS thing for globals, or because stuff is still on there's still one global heap, right?
To use the global heap, you mark things as shared or G shared, as I said.
But I mean, even something normally allocated on the heap would go on the global heap, right? Because like TLS,
no, it'll go into thread local storage by default.
Like TLS, it's just a small number of slots, right? So you need to like TLS points to like root pointers, right? To like things you want to be local to each thread. But then the actual objects they point to wouldn't they just be on the regular heap?
I guess, but then I would have to do some very clear shenanigans to like access them because they're like wrapped in D stuff.
But like, couldn't you transfer like one of those objects from a thread-owned variable to like something another thread is using without a copy? Like just transfer the pointer basically.
Yeah, if I created a pointer, but it's an array which is created by the D subsystem, so it's technically on the stack and on the heap at the same time, managed by the garbage collector. It's the arrays are very interesting in how they work. So
interesting.
It would take some interesting. I mean, I have done those kind of hacks before, but it's very ugly code to basically allow you to copy it out of the memory that is marked as TLS by the D compiler.
Interesting.
I do that for strings in GUI. I basically get them out of TLS and local memory, and then get a pointer to them through some cursed union that I create.
That sounds cursed.
It is very cursed.
Is there like easier way of doing that in D?
Other than using shared or G shared, no.
Interesting. Might have to look at that. I'm curious as to what was going on there. It's like threading's not supposed to be that hard. But I don't know.
It's like a memory safety thing. It's to ensure that you're like D also cares a lot about memory safety, but instead of doing it through Rust's analysis, it's through the garbage collector. So the garbage collector, unless you use micro shenanigans, it will yell at you and not let you compile the thing.
Interesting.
So it takes some finagling to get it working.
I hope you get it working, because speeding up model loads would be a nice quality of life improvement, especially for us, like messing with the software, because we need to recompile, right? So, yeah.
But at least the Aka and Midori models load very fast, so it's not a problem.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, mine's been getting slower and slower, but I mean that's expected, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I also need to add more stuff to it now that I'm running on a less cursed machine and I actually have some bandwidth left. Because I can do 60 FPS now. Oh yeah. I also because I know you asked me about this earlier. I guess I should mention some background for other people. I'm using an old version of Inochi2D because this is actually the build from the very first demo I did on the M1 back in the XDC presentation I did with Elisa. And so I reverted to an older version of Inochi2D and backported some stuff because the driver at the time did not support the features that modern Inochi2D needs.
Yeah.
And I'm still using that just because I was lazy and I was just like, oh, this works. And I was rushing to get everything today. But in theory, the Mesa version with multiple render targets is now in Asahi main, and there should be a package for it in the Asahi dev repository. So if you want to try that, see if it works.
Yeah, I'm gonna, after the stream, actually try to see if I can get Creator working. This is the only thing that I'm getting an error about now, so in theory, Inochi Creator should, and Session, should run on M1s now.
Yeah.
As long as you pass in a few things as like environment variables.
Yeah, you need to cheat and tell it that it's like OpenGL3 and stuff, but that's like 3.3, but that's expected at this stage, because the driver can't advertise a OpenGL version that it doesn't fully support. But if the app doesn't use anything it doesn't support, then it still works, so you can just force it. It's the same thing I'm doing for OBS, by the way. OBS also requires OpenGL 3.3, and yeah, if you just override it and tell it that it's 3.3, it works, because it doesn't actually use any features that they're not implemented yet, so.
Sorry, I just had a cough. You probably heard me upstairs, just like... But oh yeah, me and Seekage will be heading to Comic-Con tomorrow. That's gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah! I hope you have fun.
We're planning to maybe go next summer with Inochi2D to Comic-Con. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, we are planning. Yeah.
I think that's going to be really good because, like, you should, like, we should spread the word out more about Inochi2D because it's really cool and I think not enough people know about it. So I think going to Comic-Con and, like, presenting it there, because people do a lot of, like, walking around and just looking for interesting things at Comic-Con. So I think if you can do that, it'll be really good to find more people interested in it.
Yeah. Also, it's interesting that people from one of the riggers that work for Hololive and their CTO has started following Inochi2D. So
All right. That's pretty cool.
Maybe there's some interest there now. I hope at least.
Now, like, you all need to know that, like, Luna always, like, underestimates herself and her software and everything she does, and she like, a few months ago, she was like, no one's ever gonna use this. Like, no, come on, of course people are gonna use it, it's super cool.
But I'm using it and you're using it, that's cool.
Yeah.
And Seagate is also using it.
Yeah, there you go.
And now there's, like, people posting, like, their like rigging progress and stuff on Twitter. I don't really use Twitter anymore other than the Inochi2D account, but it's cool to see people, like, trying it out and using it and creating rigs and stuff.
Yeah. Also, I think we have another guest later that might talk about a bit more about her own experiences with Inochi2D, but there's a lot of people interested in it now.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how, like, I just made Inochi2D at the start because I wanted to get an animation subsystem for a lesbian foxgirl mahjong visual novel game thing I was making, and then it kind of just became this.
Yeah, there you go. Like, if you hadn't done that, I wouldn't be here. So, cause like I started thinking about this VTuber thing, over a year before I had my debut, and I think I haven't told this story before, but like originally I thought it's like maybe I should get a 3D modeler or something because like there's actual open source tools for that, and there was like nothing for 2D, and I wanted to have the the whatever I use be open source. And then I just like ran into the 2D. I'm like, wait a second, someone's making like exactly what I want. What? And then we kind of make it. We became friends, and a lot of hard work later. Here I am, and it's all thanks to you.
Yeah, and I'm also gonna get back to streaming soon. Trademark when I get back to Denmark, maybe. Also, we should do that like off collab sometime.
Yes, we should. Like actually plan it out and not rush everything like I just did for this one.
Yeah. Also, I need to ask, because I don't have my model on me, it's also on my computer back in Denmark, so I gotta ask my friend from Denmark to boot up my computer and, like, send me it on Discord or something.
I was like, why don't you have remote access?
Because remote access scares me.
I mean, yeah, but, there's, like, YubiKeys and things like that you can use to make it more secure.
I only have one YubiKey, and that's permanently attached to my M1 Mac PC.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I always have remote access when I go somewhere because I just know I'm gonna need something. So it's just very convenient.
Personally, I think I should rather have just like created a branch and pushed the code I was working on, and also like put my thing on Google Drive or something. That would have worked. But I was such in a rush when I was heading to like the Danish airport in Copenhagen, then that I forgot all about it.
Yeah, that's actually that's what soundflora does. My friend who did my my stream design and my background music and the videos and a lot of other stuff. She helps me out with all that, and so when she also made the thumbnail for this stream, and so she just uses Nextcloud for everything, and she just has it synced so that like anything she works on locally ends up in the cloud, and that's actually how we share stuff. She just like saves, and then like she's like, oh, Lina, you have it there, okay, oh, cool, thank you, and I just download it from the share. So it's pretty convenient if you get into the into the workflow of just syncing like your projects directly to the cloud if you have something that works for you for that.
Yeah. I mean, I used to, but I used to have a Nextcloud server, but due to the energy crisis in Europe and all that silly stuff, it's turned off right now.
Right.
So I can't sync to it. Because I have like a physical server in my kitchen. I call it the kitchen server. It's like we have like just like a server rack sitting in the kitchen, and it's just like there.
Right.
There's 2 servers in it, 2 rack servers.
Kitchen server, why not? So, Seagate, how do you do this kind of stuff? Like, do you have a server? Do you put your projects in the cloud? Do you do everything locally? How do you handle this kind of stuff?
Handling stuff from in local environment. Sorry.
Sir, I said how do you handle like accessing what you're working on if you're away from home? Like, do you just develop locally and then you don't have access when you are away, or do you have remote access, or do you put things in the cloud? Like, how do you manage the data for the projects that you're working on?
I just manage the stuff in the local PC and then directly copy to the GitHub or something like that related to the project one, and some of the kind of Dropbox or some kind of storage. And I periodically back up some of the really important data onto the Dropbox or somewhere. But basically just commit to the GitHub. That's all.
If it's a public thing, of course, then that's the way to do it, right? Just push all your changes.
Private one.
Private. Okay. So you also use the private repositories for your personal projects, then?
So maybe other than the public projects on the GitHub, maybe I don't have any important data in my local PC actually. So just for the photo or something, I just copied it to the Google or some cloud. So maybe all of the important data is on the cloud. So I just I managed to have so once I had my local PC server inside in my home, but from some time I gave up managing my server locally. So then I just shared all of my data into cloud. So now every data is on cloud, somewhere on the Google Cloud or the Dropbox or the GitHub. Maybe all of my important source code is on GitHub for now.
That's really cool. Yeah, I just have like I just have a NAS at home that I put most of my data in, especially all the Vtubing stuff is just there. And it's convenient because it's shared between several computers, so I can like work on something on my main computer and then it's automatically shared on the streaming machine. So, for example, right before when Yume-chan was on and they put on that earring like cutout Zoom thing, I actually made that on my like main development computer, and then just put it on the NAS, and then on the streaming computer I had the OBS source. The problem with that is that if the NAS goes down, everything goes down. And I have had that problem before. So it's a little bit scary sometimes. And I did lose my data earlier this year. I think like June or something, early July. And like I have backups of that, but they are not like daily. So there was one thing that I lost that I had been working on. And that was my Stream Deck support for all my like Vtuber scripting, and I still haven't put it back. So like since July, I've had a Stream Deck, and I was like, I'm not using it because I was just like, I'll do it someday, and then I never do it. So
Getting things off forever.
By the way, my like normal before I got the Stream Deck and what I'm using now still is I use a Korg Nano Control MIDI control surface, and so that's basically my audio mixer on the right, but it also has some like play rewind type buttons on the left, And I just abuse those for like scene switching and things like that. So that's how I've been doing it, but it doesn't have enough buttons, and it's kind of not good if I wanted to do like emotes or things, that are more visual, because it's like almost impossible to remember if I map crazy things to it. So I really should get the Stream Deck set up again. I've just been so lazy about it.
That reminds me the important things. I should back up every of the rigging model.
Yes!
And my drawings to somewhere on the cloud.
Yes! Please back up. That's
really
super
neat.
important.
Currently, Aka and Middle is on the cloud.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
on GitHub. So that's it. So other models should be backed up somewhere. Yeah. I should consider some backup.
Backups are important.
So as of late, I've talked on Mastodon about considering to move to Japan. And I have one worry about moving to Japan that is like silly, but one, how would I transport my rec server there? And two, would the rec server be too loud for the neighbors?
So
Also, would I have a space for it even?
yeah, kind of depends where you live, I guess. I mean, I would recommend living in a place that has concrete walls, because if you get like one of the really cheap places that have like a steel construction and no concrete, it's very easy to hear the neighbors and like the sound travels a lot. And I think for people like us who do like music and streaming and sometimes talking at weird hours, that could be a little bit of an issue. I think if you're in like a building with concrete walls, the server probably wouldn't be a big deal, because like you would have more like bass sound traveling than higher pitched sounds through a wall, and also like the noise of a server isn't very offensive because it's like constant, so it wouldn't be like startling anyone, even if they could hear it a tiny bit. But I'd be more worried about you, because unless you get like a huge place, you're gonna be hearing that all the time.
Yeah, true. Someone is asking chat. Sounds like I have to server. How much electricity is that server consuming? Like it has 2 power supplies, so the max consumption of it is like 1,200 watts, I think. But it rarely ever uses that much. It's only if I really just like crank it and make the quadro in it also go full speed.
Oh, that has a quadro.
Yeah, it has a quadro and it has 12-core CPU.
I mean, 12-core CPU is pretty normal for a server these days, but like I was not expecting a quadro in there.
Yeah, I mean it's like a server from like 2012, 2013, so it's like an old like P5000 quadro, but still.
That's pretty cool, a server with a GPU.
Yeah.
You need to prepare a very strong power supply.
I mean, it has 2 power supplies. It's like the one of those you can just slide out on their hot plug, so you can just like pull it out and it won't turn off as long as the other one is also plugged in.
Yeah, but also get your place warm. Could you think of the neighbor noise, but also the good ventilation? Yeah, that's true. At least one server though isn't that bad. It's not actually using 1,200 watts. I mean, that's like the
It's
max
only
rating,
like
but
full load, like running like benchmark or whatever on both the GPU and the CPU might do it, but yeah, otherwise it's no problem.
Is that 1,200 watts per power supply or each one separately?
Each one separately. So like, actually, both of them are 800 watt, but it's rated to be able to pull 1,200 at max through both of them. You can only pull 800 if you only have one plugged in.
Right. But yeah, like I wouldn't expect it to use that much power most of the time if idle. So it's not that hard to have ventilation for it in an apartment. If it's just one server, right? Because like the rooms are large enough. It's gonna warm it up a bit, but it's not gonna be like the server is gonna be okay. You might not like the extra temperature in the summer though.
And how about noise?
Yeah, that's what I'm more worried about.
Maybe-
And also the expensive SCSI drives. Because it uses SCSI.
Wait, like actual, not SAS, like SCSI?
As far as I'm aware, yeah, it uses SCSI drives. It has like a SCSI backplane thing going on.
Like the parallel SCSI?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. I thought nothing used that anymore.
I mean, it's an older server. It's one I got refurbished, but yeah.
Yeah, but
In
still.
my
like-
memory, one use servers made very loud noise by far.
I think it's because they make them thin so you can stack a lot of them on one rack, like 1U. Is it 1U or 2U?
2U.
2U.
To
But-
you.
But even then, you know, like they end up having to pull all the air through the entire case, and so they have like a pile of tiny fans that just make a
Yeah.
ton of noise to move all that air.
Yeah. It is possible to like underclock, I don't know what you call it, underclock the fans so they don't
Yeah.
make as much noise. Especially if you set to power saving mode, it won't be too bad. But especially when it first boots up, it'll just like
Oh yeah, they all do that.
Yeah.
yeah, it's like very loud for like 5 minutes and then it like calms down.
Yeah. Like I don't have any like rack servers, but I have like a 10 gigabit rack switch that is not set up
Yeah.
yet, and yeah, when you turn it on, it goes, and then it goes into reasonable mode. But I think almost everything that is rack mount has that thing where it does like a fan test at the beginning or something.
Except there is one server that's evil, and that is the Apple X serve. If you put non-Apple RAM into it, it'll just keep running at full speed all the time.
It's the same thing with the iMac that I have. If you put a third-party hard drive in it, it will do that unless you add like a special like hack connector to it. Because apparently like the Apple hard drives have like a special temperature sensor that is non-standard. And
Yeah.
so, like, if you don't add that, it'll just be like, oh, I can't read the temperature, so fans 100%. I didn't replace the hard drive on mine, though. I just added an NVMe drive, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, if you replace the, like, 3.5-inch hard drive, it will do that. It's kind of evil.
What was I going to say? I am very bad remembering what I'm going to say. I'm very forgetful. I forgot. But yeah, I like rec servers. I think I have like a weird fascination with them. I don't have much use for them, but I still like having them. Someone was also asking how much storage space in the fridge. Across both servers, there would be like, I guess like 4 terabytes or something. There's not a lot of space. I probably want to get some drives for mine because we mostly use my friend's server. Mine is just kind of like plugged in with like a USB 1 terabyte hard drive right now because I need to get the caddies for it and the SAS drives. It's not SAS drive. The SCSI drive things it needs. So
Yeah, I think if it really uses SCSI, that's kind of tricky to expand. Like if you have one that has SAS drives, almost all of those will take SATA. But if it's
Yeah.
actually SCSI, then yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be a bit harder to find drives for it. But yeah, that is my slight tangent about rack servers, I guess.
That stuff is fun. Like if I had space at home and like a place where the noise wouldn't bother me and stuff, I would like to have a rack. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
But I don't really, so I just have this
So
great
like
stuff.
when we put the rack in, we wanted to have it like in the basement, but we couldn't get it down the stairs.
Oh,
So it's
so
just
that's
like,
why
okay,
it's in
well,
the
like,
kitchen.
yep, it fit in the kitchen door, and there's a little corner in the kitchen, so we put the server in the kitchen, and the server rack, and also all the network equipment.
That's so funny.
So there's also like a cloud switch and some like cloud router stuff that's like 10 gig SPDIF and 10 gig ports and stuff like that. So like internally in the house we have 10 gig and then like out we have 1 gig, but they're rolling out 10 gigs, so maybe 10 gig at
I
some
think you
point.
meant SFP, not SPDIF.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I don't. The fiber one, the fiber one.
Yeah.
You have like those.
Well, they're both fiber, but SPDIF is like the audio one.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, that was just funny.
I mean, maybe you could use SPDIF.
Yeah, you could probably run a network over SPDIF. Yeah, I was thinking of that when you said that. I'm like, I guess that would technically work, but not 10 gig though.
Sorry, I forgot. I forgot the terminology again. But yeah, we have like so like the cloud router is connected to the switch using that like fiber connection. So it's very fast. And then we have like some very chunky cat, like the US cat they had available. I don't remember. But like some really chunky network cables that also can just like flawlessly take 10 gig.
The Cat 7,
How much
you
RAM?
mean?
I think, yeah, Cat 7. And also someone's asking how much RAM? 512 gigabytes of RAM.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to expand I get the feeling I'm gonna have to expand the RAM on the VT social servers.
Yeah.
We got like it's not set up yet, but we got three new old servers for VT social. I'm gonna set up a cluster there and move everything there. And yeah, I was like scavenging RAM from a box we had and stuff. So we beefed them up as much as we could, but we might expand a bit later just to add more capacity.
Someone's asking, but can the server properly utilize the bandwidth? Yes, it can, because it has a fiber card installed, so it's connected with fiber too.
I think they mean like whether the CPU can handle the 10 gigs.
When I tried, it seemed like it could. But maybe like on like a non-synthetic load, it might be different. But what I intend on using that server for, other than like cloud storage, like my own home cloud, is like a build server. Oh yeah, the disks are slower, but yeah.
So
Yeah.
you use fiber channel to connect to the storage?
No, it's she uses like fiber for the network, right? She has like SFP Ethernet.
Ethernet.
Yeah.
As a
Yeah.
like fiber channel. I see.
Yeah, fiber internet and fiber networking. And then my normal computer is just connected with normal Ethernet copper.
Seems very special networking.
Well, so like to get network up to my computer, we had to take a very cursed route. So we drilled a hole in the floor, ran a cable down, and then somewhere else we drilled a hole all the way through the house, through all the floors, up to like the hallway, and then into my room. So there's just like a bare like cat cable going across the roof, and then like up through the floor or the ceiling somewhere, and just through a floor somewhere else, and then through a ceiling there.
It's so gross.
And like we haven't put in like the boxes you put in the actual Ethernet thing. So like the actual Ethernet like ports are just hanging loosely out of my wall. It's very cursed.
So, I'm in a rented apartment, right? So I can't like make holes in the walls or anything. So I had to run Ethernet between two rooms, and I don't know if you saw the actual wire, but it's like it runs out the window and then into the window of the other room. And I just have like the flat Ethernet cable, that actually fits like with the window closed. Even if you close the window, it'll come through the like the seal gap. So that's how I have it. And yeah, that's how I network my two rooms. But yeah, the hole that you have is a lumber cursed.
You can't also because we needed like plenty of room because we need multiple Ethernet things up. It's like a very big hole we've drilled in the floor. So like if you go into like our hallway, there's just like a giant gaping hole in the floor and just like a couple Ethernet cables going up through it, and just like going straight up into the second floor. It's just like branches out to the different rooms. It is a very special networking we have going on there. One actually goes up on the roof, like goes further up through the roof, and then over, then behind, back into this back side of my friend's place, like his room. So it's just like, yeah. You don't want to. Also, we have a Wi-Fi router, but we didn't have any good way to mount it, so it's just hanging off its power supply. We tied a knot with the Ethernet cable and let it just hang off the Ethernet cable and power supply.
That's so cursed, Luna.
It works though.
But hanging things off of cables.
And my friend also made the great grave mistake of letting me name the Wi-Fi. So the Wi-Fi at my home is called Ubunet.
Of course
And
it
the
is.
and the faster one, the 5G one, is called Ubunet but faster.
That's Luna, everyone. That's how she rolls.
That's the Fox Girl style. You just botch it until it works.
Is there anything cursed about your home setup, Seagate?
So I once used to wired connection, but for now, my main connection is all of my main connection is Wi-Fi. Just connected some PCs to the 1 gigabps internet, but only that. So I almost abandoned the wired connection in my room, in my house, and I discarded all of the large PCs. I have, but currently I dispose all of the full-size PC. So I just have a few set of nuke-size PC for now in my house. So my PC environment is very simple for now.
That's pretty cool too. That like you can boil it down to the basics and not have to deal with all the crazy stuff that Luna and I do. That's really nice.
I mean, I only have to deal with it because I'm a massive nerd that decides that she wants a rack server and also wants to do weird networking shenanigans. So,
I mean, it's the same for me, so.
At one point, I also had like, again, you know the thing hanging off the cord? I also had like a Pine A64 hanging off an Ethernet cord and a power cord. I was working as a PXE boot server that was just like, okay, we can network boot from it if our PC goes down. It was just like hanging bare. There was not even a cover for it, so it's just like a PCB hanging like off a wire. That was also cursed, but it worked.
You have a full stack clustering environment inside your home. Surprising, amazing.
She has a fully cursed stack.
Well, it's gonna be even more cursed once I get to modding my Roomba. I'm gonna add I've bought some Arduino stuff and a module that can play audio. So I'm gonna connect the audio module to the speaker of the Roomba, and connect the Arduino to the bumper on front. And a friend will be recording "Shall we?" and stuff like that. So be very very, very cute whenever it bumps into stuff, and apologizing whenever it bumps into things.
Okay, that's gonna be great. That's gonna be fun.
I even bought 2 just in case if I screw up. So.
That should be fun. Maybe I should hack my Roomba. I have a Roomba too. Maybe I should do that.
What would you make your Roomba do if you hack it?
Maybe something like that, but
less ubu?
Less ubu, more like cat.
Owie.
Mine's one of the older models, so it doesn't even have an OLED display. It just has a 7-segment, and it doesn't have mapping or anything.
Yeah, the one I have is even older. It does not have any display at all. It's just there's a ring light. That's all. And sometimes it just decides to stop for no reason and then say something and then it just says I think the cleaning is done, even though it's still only run for a couple of seconds or whatever, and you have to click it again, and then it does it. I don't know. Which is why we got it for free.
Well, if you got it for free, that's worth hacking.
Yeah, I mean, it's very bad at doing its actual job. It's like not good at vacuuming at all, but I can make it say cute things, so why don't I?
That reminds me of some people are talking about cloud stuff and raw vacuum. So here's a fun story. Like so I had a friend over for Christmas, and I was not expecting that, but previously I had talked to her because she has like a coffee machine at home, and I was like, oh, I really want a coffee machine because like I really like coffee in the mornings. And actually when I was in Yume-chan's program, the Cafe Akatsuki, and I mentioned I like cappuccinos, but like I don't have a way of making cappuccinos reasonably, and I was like, oh, it's so cool. And like, so that machine that she had can make cappuccinos. I didn't even know that they made machines that could do that. And so on Christmas she shows up with that. Lina was there too, like with a coffee machine for me. I'm like, what? So now I have a coffee machine that can make cappuccinos, which is awesome. But the thing is, it has like Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, and I have no idea what it's for. Like, I'm scared to try to like connect it to see.
Basically, I know someone who has the same brand of coffee machine. So basically, you can start it, like start brewing, like in a different room over Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, and you can also get a notification when it's done.
That sounds like, but like I need to put the cup in it first. So what's the point?
I mean, if you already have a cup in it, you can just start it.
Like leave a cup in it, but like I don't know.
Yeah.
This feels wrong.
Basically, what you need to do now is hook up a Raspberry Pi in front of it, and then you need to implement the HTTP protocol.
Ah!
Hypertext Coffee Pod Control Protocol.
At least it makes good cappuccinos, so there's that.
It's also like, yeah, so like for that Christmas, I was there making Danish Christmas dinner. The night before, I was trying to make rice porridge, and in my infinite wisdom, I dropped my phone into the rice porridge. Oh, that was funny.
Like,
oh, I was
right in
terrifying
front of me. Because I was trying to like fix up the rice porridge, and she just reaches in front of me and grabs the phone from it, like on top of the
pot.
The pot, like on top of the kitchen, you know, like hob. And she just like grabs the phone and bumps into my hand and drops it into the pot. And I'm just like, Luna!
I think there's still like rice grains stuck in my phone case.
At least it's waterproof, so the phone was fine, but
yeah, that was not my brightest moment, but and it also got very, very greasy after, so I had to like wipe it off with some rubbing alcohol. Yeah, but it turned out fine.
Luna's branch of clumsy. But yeah, we made it work, and the Danish Christmas dinner was very, very tasty. We had some other friends over, and everyone wants to have it again, like just randomly. The pork with the sauce is so good.
Or as we call it in Danish, flæskesteg.
I think I'm never gonna remember the name.
I mean, I can type the. I actually know like a good way to like turn into katakana. I just want katakana. Alright, that.
Flæskesteg.
Yep, there you go.
I might remember that.
That's how you say it. That's a Danish traditional dinner thing. It's mostly eaten at Christmas, but it's also eaten at other times of year if you feel like eating it.
Yeah, we should just make it again one of these days. Because it was so good. And like we can, we don't need to do all the other stuff around it, right? We can just make the meat with the sauce and then eat it with like, bread or something, and it should be pretty easy.
Yeah. Also, someone in chat asks whether I speak Japanese. 日本語を勉強しているけど、下手です。That's very like foreigner Japanese spoken, but
She's working on it. She's working on it.
I'm working on it.
Actually, you just started Manikani, right?
Yeah, I mean, normally the way I've learned Japanese vocab is just through seeing other people use it and then learning it over time as I see it repeatedly, but I don't, there's a lot of kanji I don't know the readings, like both of the readings for, so it's just very confusing to read Japanese. I mean, I'll know what something means, but I don't know how to actually pronounce it.
Yeah, the thing is like, when you're learning like that, if you don't have enough of a base to like understand what's being talked about, then you can't pick up new words, right?
Yeah.
So that's when things like Wanikani are pretty useful, because like that way you can learn enough of the like foundation, and then you can follow
Yeah.
conversations with people or like in anime and things like that. And then if you can do that, then you're gonna pick up words a lot faster.
Yeah. So yeah, that's my plan. I'm gonna study more Japanese and get better at it. Arigato. Well, let's see how that goes, especially if I do actually move here. I'll need to figure out a bunch of stuff before then, but yeah. Maybe someday I will be a Danish fox in Japan. And then the fox skull ratio in Japan will increase slightly because it's dangerously low levels. I have not seen a single fox skull since I came here.
Maybe I haven't been looking at the right places, because I'm pretty sure I've seen fox girls around.
Yeah, I mean, I was in Akihabara a few days ago, but I didn't see any fox girls. I did see plenty of models that are definitely not child-friendly. But I was probably the wrong store.
You might find that some at Comic Get.
Oh, maybe.
Some cosplayers.
Maybe I should take my maid dress and my fox suit with me.
Maybe. Hey, what did you say, Siget? Sorry.
Just saying there are many cosplayers at Comic.
Yeah. No, I assume they mostly cosplay like anime and VTubers and stuff like that. Well, I guess there's a couple of Fox VTubers people could cosplay as.
Maybe there are many. Yeah. On Comic.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of Fox Girl characters, so like, even there's Touhou characters. There's anime that has stuff. I think there's at least a few with a Fox Girl main character. So I think you're likely to find some. Yeah.
Kitsune, Senko-san, whatever, stuff like that. I guess there's also like VTubers wise, popular VTubers that are Fox Girls would be like two from Whole Life, Fubuki and Polka, and Nijisanji has Fumi, I think. So I guess I will be able to see some Fox Girls there, maybe.
You should be able to find some.
Yeah, it's gonna be day 2 tomorrow. I think they have VTuber things there tomorrow, I think. Or was that yesterday? I don't remember.
Day 2 is also Touhou, so if you look for that, you might find some,
Oh, yeah, true.
some there.
Yeah, there's at least 2 Fox Girls in Touhou. I forgot the name of the other one, but there's at least one, so...
Now I'm forgetting to...
Maybe Touhou is day 2, on day 2, so maybe you
Yeah.
can see.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah. Touhou is Day 2, so,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll figure it out. I'm gonna get up really early to take a train to the station where I'll be meeting Sikech and the others I'll be going with. So I probably won't be sleeping tonight, but I slept most of the day, so it's probably fine. Tikko, imote.
So we will go communicate tomorrow.
Luna also has, like, the most cursed sleep schedule lately.
What is a sleep schedule? Is it something you can eat? Does it contain chicken? I've eaten a lot. We got like some really nice karaage yesterday. It was really nice.
Yeah, we went to, Stameshi. We went to Stameshi. And they have a really nice big karaoke bowl.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I only got the.
Yeah.
Lina thought. Oh, sorry. Lina thought that like the large bowl would be too much for me, so she told me to get like a normal one. I was like, I could eat more after I ate the normal bowl.
I don't know, like I ate too much last night when I had the like large a bit of sauce. I was like, I probably would have, because someone's only available in large. That's why I got it. Otherwise, I would have asked for normal. And I was like, I mean, I would eat normal, but Luke always eats a lot. And so I was like, if we eat the same amount, and she always ends up hungry.
Yeah, I am both a fox in like VTuber wise, but also in spirit in real life. I like food. And also I have like me and my real life friend in Denmark have made a weird ritual, I guess, that I will fuck scream at him and he will fuck scream back at me. Yeah, the normal meals are quite small. At least for a hungry fox girl from Scandinavia. Maybe it's the Viking genes.
So what about you, Sigurd? What do you usually eat, like, for lunch most days?
For lunch?
Yeah, or dinner.
So sorry.
I said, what do you usually eat, like, normal days?
Me? These days I often use spaghetti, pasta.
Like, do you cook it yourself?
It's very, but just put some sauce, pre-made, pre-cooked sauce on the. So it's very easy. I'm not good at cooking. Yeah, so I just boil some pasta and then put some sauce. Yeah, that's very
maybe
easy.
we should invite Sigurd over and make him some Danish food too.
Yeah, maybe we should do that. I can also make pasta, but with homemade meat sauce. So I said I can also make pasta, but I can make homemade meat sauce and homemade tomato sauce.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do that then.
Food. Now I'm getting hungry.
I'm also a little bit hungry. Like, I have some snacks here. I actually had one during one of the breaks, but yeah, probably I should think about dinner pretty soon.
Yeah. Yeah, my throat. I guess Mitsue is waiting in the thing.
Oh yeah,
we've talked quite a while. But you're welcome to pull me back in, considering I'm basically always here right now for the next while.
Let me just ask.
As long, yeah.
But yeah. No, that was fun. Thank you for joining. Thank you, Seekers. Thank you, Luna. So let's see if yeah, looks like she is. Okay, I'm also gonna take another very quick 1 minute break in between. But yeah, that was Seeker Tutorial, everyone. Thank you so much for joining.
Soft and fluffy.
Thank you. Have a good
See
year.
you. Bye bye. Arigato. Alright, there we go. So yeah, I'm gonna take another very quick 1 minute break, and then we will have our last guest. And then after that, we still have more things to do, so yep, stick around, and I'll be right back. Just give me 1 minute. sorry for the wait, everyone. Right. So, now it's time for our last guest for the day. Let's see if I can drag her in. Hello. So, let me see if I can make you on the spot. That's more like it. There we go. Oh, sorry, I just realized that her audio wasn't on. Alright, well, we were just fixing the,
Oh,
we
okay.
were just fixing the screen, so it's fine now. Alright, so this is Higasa Mitsue! Thank you for coming!
Hello. Thank you. I was thinking of renting out the room, but good thing I didn't, because I didn't know how long it would go. It does mean that I run the risk of like some other noises going in, but whatever, because the
fine,
walls
it's
are
fine.
thin here.
Don't worry about it, it sounds pretty good. So yeah, I remember you did a stream, like your first time rigging with an 2D, and then ended up writing a lot of documentation about that, right? So tell us a little bit more about what you do and about that if you can.
So I've been doing at least prior to this, like I was trying to do live 2D stuff, but like I don't remember when I stumbled upon Inochi 2D, but like it was like middle of this year, and then as it's not my first time kind of like reverse engineering how something works.
This was like no
and then
documentation, right?
writing documentation for it. But yeah, also so like I was very used to like okay, just you know like just stumbling around without no documentation, and then kind of writing for like mostly writing documentation so I can look back on it. And of course that means other people can also use it as reference. Obviously with Inochi it's because I don't read the I had to also like ask Luna for a lot of help, but other than that, yeah, it was mostly like just I like writing the documentation as well, because so it wasn't like a tedious task for me.
That's
And
pretty cool, because we need more people to write
and-
documentation.
Yeah. And like I just focused on getting something up, because if I had messed around with like the official toolkit for the documentation, I wouldn't have been done even by now. Even like you can see like the official documentation, like the framework's up, but like I haven't submitted to it because I haven't figured out how to convert to that format yet. So
You wrote a really nice Google Doc, you know, with all the features and everything very nicely documented. So that was so cool. When I saw it, I was like, oh, we finally have like, you know, docs for all these crazy new features that we haven't had time to do anything
I haven't
with.
been keeping it up to date since the last update. When was the last update? A couple of months ago, like a month ago or something. So I haven't checked. I haven't been able to check like any new features since then, but it should theoretically still be up to date. Also, I guess progress has also been a bit slower while Luna's kind of like figuring things out on her side. So I think documentation should be relatively up to date. Just I guess just the only shame is like we haven't had I don't think we've had a stable release since then still. So like it's still pretty much is the current state is you probably want to get to use the nightly branch. Even though that's usually not recommended for software.
I mean, sometimes it makes sense, right, for this kind of.
Yeah, for here it makes sense.
Yeah, if it's something that's under heavy development, right?
I don't know if it makes sense to just force a cut the release just so that you can get version increase. So I guess like just having a nightly is fine. Other like I guess I was when I moved to Japan recently, like I also like my only powerful x86 machine is my desktop, and I wasn't gonna bring that overseas. So all I have with me right now is an M1 MacBook Air, and I do have a 2015 MacBook Pro, but the fans whine so loud I basically never use it. So like I can run session for what was it, half a month, a month or something. Since session didn't run on Macs until recently. Now it does, I believe. I think.
I think so. Yeah.
Check.
Creator has worked for a while.
Oh yeah, no, Creator worked fine, but like obviously I couldn't do any. Aside from session not running on Macs, also like I couldn't run any streams because also like there was my room situation, and also even if I did rent even if the room was soundproofed and whatever, the internet is surprisingly flaky despite being in Japan. I mean the rent's kind of cheap, so I guess that was probably part of it. But yeah, like even when I'm watching streams, I have to watch it like 480p, maybe if I'm lucky 720p, and even then sometimes it stutters. So yeah. So surprisingly, like moving to Japan has worsened my both my computer setup and my internet setup.
I mean, it's usually like that when you move to another country, right? It takes a while to get back to the like the your normal kind of setup, right?
Yeah. Also like I didn't feel like I could justify a budget of like getting a new computer or laptop in Japan. So it's like even in like I don't know if in a couple of months I'll still have like a setup to work with. I don't know, maybe, yeah. And obviously because it's like M1 Mac, I don't exactly have a lot of games to work with either.
That's true, right?
Yeah, so like if I do want to stream, I'd probably have to think of something else. Either that or like maybe get a console like the Switch and then like capture card it. But even then, is the M1 able to? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's the capture card is like just USB. So
yeah, that works fine in both macOS and Linux. So I mean, I'm using an M2 right for streaming, right? So yeah, I'm glad you have an M1 though, because that means you can run my software.
I did.
If you want.
I did get Asahi installed.
Cool.
A month ago. I just for safety, I uninstalled it before I went off to Japan, so that because I think at the time I basically reduced the macOS partition to like the bare minimum, but like I realized like since Asahi was still unstable and like I needed the macOS partition, like I had to uninstall it first, and then I haven't gotten around to reinstalling since I got busy with my language school.
That's fun. I'm so glad that you tried it, and like I hope someday you can try the driver that I've been working on. Yeah. But like it's so cool seeing more people with M1s. It's a really nice machine, right?
Yeah. Like I think streaming wise, like once Asahi gets more well, I guess actually you know more than me. Is it how stable is the non-dev branch right now?
So the GPU driver needs the dev branch, but that doesn't mean it's
okay.
unstable.
Yeah.
So I'm streaming from an M2 right now. I don't know if you caught the beginning of the stream, but like I mentioned,
I think you mentioned that like I think you were also running a well, it was like an altered version of Inochi, right? So like you had to get some things running because the GPU drivers were saying it didn't support some OpenGL features.
Yeah, so that was with that's because I had to get this ready for the October demo, and I just carried it over without I didn't want to change anything.
Without
but in theory we're gonna try it probably after the stream, but in theory the latest build of the driver as of like yesterday should actually run Inochi Creator and Inochi 2D.
Okay.
So if it doesn't, we can fix it, but it should work now.
How about for I guess that also applies to OBS then.
Yeah, OBS already worked. The only thing is that window capture is broken due to a bug in the window manager. That's already upstreamed, and the next release I think is like in less than a week. So about a week from now, it should basically just work.
Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe. Well, I'm definitely not doing it on New Year's Eve, but like maybe probably like on the 2nd, maybe I'll try it out or whenever.
The 5th or the 6th.
The 5th. Okay.
Yeah, when the release happens, I think. The KDE update. So it should be on that one though.
Check my remaining storage space first. Oh God, where did they move the storage space in the latest? What build is this of macOS? Ventura. Where are you? Storage? It used to be in the About This Mac thing, but it is no longer there. Oh well, I'll figure it out. Do you use the macOS site at all, or just to bootstrap Asahi every time?
So I use macOS, not as much though. I sometimes use it if I'm just like browsing or whatever, if I'm just booted into that. Also, Discord works natively on macOS, and there's no ARM Linux build. So there's some alternate stuff that I'll have to try that should work, but I haven't tried it yet. You can use the web version though. The web version is fine.
Yeah. Some people. I believe some people also just make a wrapper for the web version.
Yeah. So there's like WebCard and ARMcard, and in theory, ARMcard.
Theoretically, also. Yeah. Theoretically, there's a Tauri version, but I haven't seen one. Actually, like in theory, it should be easy, but like I haven't seen it. So
I'm kind of curious whether ARMcard that supposedly supports the RPC protocol, whether it supports the features that Reactive needs, because if it does, then I don't really need to worry about anything else. So then I'll just use that. But sometimes I use macOS just because I already had Discord installed since before Asahi had proper drivers and everything. And also because so for my thumbnails, soundflora made me a template, and she uses Affinity Designer. So I have Affinity on the macOS side for editing the thumbnails.
Yeah. I don't. What options are there actually for the Linux side for some stuff for like Affinity or Adobe Suite kind of stuff?
So for vector stuff, it's basically Inkscape, which can do a lot of the same stuff that Affinity can do. It's a bit different though.
I've never figured out how to use Inkscape. I think I downloaded like a couple of years ago, and then I was like, okay, now what now?
So
because I was doing like some sort of like subtitle typesetting stuff, and it did take basically the way you drew shapes was vectors. So I was trying to get that to convert Inkscape into ASS format, subtitle format. But never got it working.
Yeah,
because I can't even draw shapes or whatever. So.
I have no idea how ASS export would work. I guess there must be something for that.
There's usually also I don't remember for Inkscape, but like at least for the standard right now is Adobe Illustrator. You can only use a subset of Adobe Illustrator's features, and then that can be converted into ASS. It's kind of insane, and it also doesn't actually. It's actually quite not intensive on the player side. it's actually way more intensive to do traditional typesetting on if you like non-AI subtitling to create the same shapes. That's a lot more intensive actually.
Right. Yeah, I've used Inkscape like when I made presentations. What am I saying? XR Developers Conference one, and also the previous stream where I was I like explaining GPUs and stuff. So the slides for that were made with Reveal.js, but when I had diagrams, all those were made with Inkscape. So Inkscape is pretty nice for like simple vector graphics, and these days it has pretty nice filters and things like that. It works a bit differently from Affinity though. It's also slower because like Affinity is very nicely GPU accelerated, and I don't think Inkscape is. But the nice thing about Inkscape is that its native format is SVG, so it has some limitations because SVG has some limitations, but it also means you can draw stuff in Inkscape and like export it to use it on like any software, right? You can write apps that take SVGs and render them at any arbitrary resolution and all that. So it's really nice for like software type stuff because it's not just like a tool where you render a bitmap out, but you can actually use the vector data with like what you're saying with ASS, right? Like I assume there's probably some converter that you can use to convert SVG to ASS.
Yeah, but again, like only a very specific.
Yeah, only
I've never actually like worked on that workflow. Like so it's only the newer typesetters that like kind of use that, but like that's basically standard now. At least for fan subbing. For professional subbing, that's unheard of basically. Because either because you're restricted by your player being a lot more.
Yeah, they use like really simple.
Much simpler. Like either that or like it's being converted for YouTube's format, which can't support as much, but surprisingly supports a lot of features of ASS.
Yeah, I've seen that. Like there's an ASS to YouTube converter, right? And you can do a lot of interesting things.
Yeah, but again, that's so not only is the AI thing is already a subset, and then you need to work with a subset of ASS for the YouTube thing. But like if you were trying to author the YouTube thing, the YouTube subtitles directly, it would actually be more of a pain, I believe. So like most people just use AGSub to write it, and then
I think you can't like they don't officially support this stuff. I think
a
like,
lot of the even just the like, coloring text is but I don't think is technically supported. It's all undocumented, which really sucks. But yeah, props to everyone who figured it out. What else? I think aside from that, what? Oh no, they removed annotations, I guess. Well, I mean, the options are there. The annotation option is there, but I don't know if it still does anything because I haven't seen.
I don't think annotations work anymore. I think they just got rid of
the toggle is still there on your stream, but like I have no idea what it does.
Annotations really on my stream?
Yeah, but like I don't know if it's only just the you know the end screen at the end where it's like the last 10 seconds of a YouTube video.
Oh, you mean like the end card?
Yeah, I think that's the only thing it turns on and off.
Okay, that's kind of funny. Yeah, I guess that is kind of similar to annotations, though it's a bit different. But
yeah, it still says annotations on the settings though. The gear settings, it still says annotations. I don't know why it has quote marks as the icon, but I guess you can only get so far with icons. Oh, someone's in chat asking, why are the others not as fully animated as Lina? Is it not possible during this kind of collaborative stream? It is possible, but either I have to render it on my end and then like send the video over either by Discord or by other means to Lina. And so it's a lot more logistical work. It's a lot easier to use Discord reactive images, where Lina can basically just do everything on her setup. All we have to do is set up images on our end and to the Discord reactive images site, and there's no fiddling around on the collaboration side of the stream. So it's all for off the cuff Tatsumachi streams like this. It's a lot easier to work with like non puppetry rigging software, and just use images that light up when you talk, pretty much.
Yeah, basically, like, if you want to use what I'm using now, all you have to do is add a browser source and you throw in a URL. And if you use the group one like I've been using, it just tracks whoever's on the Discord call. So you don't even need to do anything. It just shows up with everyone's images, and everyone can manage their images and like their configuration. You can set two different images, one for speaking, one for not speaking, so you can make your mouth move and stuff. And it's just so simple that it doesn't really make sense to try to do a proper like collab for this kind of stream where you just have people calling in all the time, because it would just be such a nightmare to get everyone's screen readjusted and everything every time.
Yeah, like especially if you're using the Discord thing instead of the what was it? All right, whatever other. I think there are some other services where, but like if you use Discord, for example, you'd have to basically either screen share or video call, but they're basically the same solution on the streamers end, because ultimately you need to screen capture Discord, and Discord doesn't let you pop out the specific windows from each participant, which means you need to capture.
You need to crop it.
The whole like grid of puppets. No, you can't. Well, that's the other thing, right? Like you can't have an alpha background if you're streaming over Discord. It needs to be an opaque background, and then she needs to green screen remove it. They either green screen or blue screen remove it.
And the green screens are fitly to get right, and especially if you have to do it for several people, and you might want a different color, different shade, and different settings.
Yeah, it only makes sense for a situation where the number of participants is fixed for a longer period of time. So let's say you have 4 people playing Mario Party. Then that makes sense to like have most of the participants in puppet form. Because then you can set up ahead of time, like an hour before the stream starts or something, and get everyone's green screening out of the way, and you can make sure that like everyone's internet is not acting up during that point.
That's the other issue, right?
Because eventually we want to be able to one of Inochi 2D's goals is to be able to like just sort of have the motion tracking get sent over the internet, which is quite light compared to video. But even then, you still need to set up ahead of time by sending the puppet over to Lina. 2, well, again, like we don't have that there yet. And 3, that only works if you're collaborating with Inochi 2D people that you trust, because either if you don't trust them, then you can't really send over your puppet, or 2, if they're not using Inochi 2D, well, then it doesn't really matter that you can send tracking data. It's gonna be different software, so like they're not gonna support over the internet tracking. I think you can technically fool Vtuber Studio and like other software into thinking it's the local network, but like it would be very unreliable. Like I guess if you ran something like I don't know what the newer like local network solutions are, but like I think a decade ago it was like Hamachi for local LAN simulations. Like you could just run Hamachi and like I guess send the motion tracking over that. Yeah, and it's not exactly gonna be high bandwidth usage either. But 1, the latency is gonna suck. 2, the latency is not gonna be stable. So like it doesn't matter. The latency doesn't matter as much because like you can compensate for that. But like the instability in the latency is what would suck.
Yeah, even just over Wi-Fi, which I'm using right now, sometimes it glitches up and gets janky because Wi-Fi. So over the internet, it could get pretty bad. Probably, you kind of want a like dedicated solution that
Right,
like
because
cheats
then
a bit
it would
and
be
interpolates and handles
yep.
the timing and everything.
well, not interpolate. Interpolate would be too late. It needs to extrapolate, right? Like what was it? Like, I think recently Microsoft just added like some sort of AI based solution to like their Teams. I think it's Teams, not Skype. Teams, where like they extrapolate the next 50 milliseconds with AI of
For,
your
like, the voice?
of your yeah, for voice basically, for speech.
That's kind of
which is-
crazy.
Yeah, and
I didn't know
heard
you
it
could do
works pretty
that.
well. Yeah. I know the well, not personally, but I know the person who wrote a bunch of that code. So yeah, cause like it's all just waveforms, right? So you can like with enough speech data, you can kind of figure out the next 50 seconds. So 50 milliseconds, I mean. So like their goal obviously wasn't to like predict what the other person was gonna say so much as just like kind of have a buffer in between, even if the buffer was fake, so that like it sounded like the speech was smooth. Because 50 milliseconds is a lot of time in terms of like network fluctuation. So you get a lot more leeway even in a bad network connection. You can get a much better experience with voice calls like this.
It's really cool. I had no idea that was something that was being developed. I mean, it makes sense, right? Sure, 50 milliseconds.
Yeah, in hindsight, it's very obvious. Like you can apply that to to that. But yeah,
it's really cool that they're using that, because it's kind of. I mean, we already have like packet loss concealment for many years, right? With speech codecs, but those work in a very dumb way where it just like extends the
like,
previous like sound, like vowel, parameters, whatever. Which it's better than nothing, but obviously still sounds janky. So doing it with AI is pretty cool.
Yep. Although I mean, it sounds cooler when you say AI, obviously, but it's like it's like a bunch of guessing with numbers, basically.
Yeah. I mean, so it's not a very complicated
but it's
model
good
either,
enough because your brain does a lot of error correction already. So yeah, it's like this is one of the places where like I think like, oh yeah, this is obviously an improvement over the previous situation.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then I guess, well, what do you think about the recent, I guess, AI art stuff? And I guess like even more recently, like ChatGPT became a thing, right? Like I think there's been news of like people trying to submit ChatGPT stuff as like for their like
for like their
essays
own,
or something and getting caught. Which I think it's gonna happen more often.
I don't know. I mean, for AI art, it kind of bothers me the training situation.
And like it sucks even worse that like the whole justification is just like, oh yeah, cat's out of the bag now. You can't you can't put it back. And then you see they try to do it with music as well, but like because music has a lot more stronger law protections by law. They're like, okay, we can't do this with music. We can't do the same. You can't do the same deal with music because like so clearly like the whole thing was already planned to be like whoops, like sorry we did this kind of deal rather than like actually asking for permission.
Yeah, it's like shoot first and ask questions later, right? Which it's not really a nice thing to do when it's like people's art and things like that.
And I guess like now I guess what was it like the coding, what was the coding equivalent, like GitHub Pilot or something?
Copilot, yeah.
Copilot, like that's being taken to court as well because like the whole what was it, the whole kerfuffle with open source licenses, obviously with most of the, like even if you exclude the GPL stuff, like there's the fact that the open source licenses also ask you to have the license included, which
you need to give credit, right?
Which you obviously can't do with Copilot because you have no, well, even Copilot won't know where the hell it gets the code from, right? Because it's already jumbled. It's jumbled like
into the,
hundreds of thousands of code bases into one. Like
Yeah.
it's not like either you list all of them, because like there's no way it can figure out which code base it kind of took from.
it's kind of sad because like I actually appreciate sort of what AI art can do, especially when it does open up new you know, like possibilities that you didn't have before. So for
Yeah.
example, one I saw someone who made. I was talking with you mentioned about Bad Apple earlier, right? I actually saw a version of Bad Apple that like replaced all the shadows with like actual AI art, and it was I don't know exactly how they made it, but like that's cool, right? It's like you're taking a video and you're making like a shadow art video and making like a drawn version of it with AI, and of course like actually drawing and animating, the like 5,000 frames or whatever it is would be would take forever, and the fact that like one person can do this with AI, and it didn't look perfect, of course, it doesn't have to. It's just really nice that you can now do that kind of thing with AI, but
Yeah, like I
but
don't think it's going away, because yeah.
yeah, but like I think, but
like-
like it, we need to have like AI models that are trained on works that people actually give permission for others to use, because
yeah,
like
yeah.
yeah,
I guess the problem there is that, of course, one, it's already going to be hard to find people who would want to
yeah,
give
because
away
especially because it started
the-
like this, right? And
And two, even if you did get the people, it would then be difficult to get enough of a data set to create something a model that isn't just outright replicating their art. Because there's like, if you only have like 50 drawings, it's pretty
yeah,
much
that doesn't
gonna
work.
copy paste the 50 one of the
Yeah.
50 drawings. You basically need like, yeah, I don't know, there's not enough scale there, which is I guess why they kind of decided to like, okay, we'll just skip the whole nice permission thing and like just take art from everywhere.
Yeah, it's just I feel bad, like that all these people had their their work basically taken by. It's basically
and
like
even-
startups that just like are going in it kind of for the money, and
Yeah, and now because of the whole thing as well, like not like first impressions matter, right? So like now
Yeah,
now
exactly, and
that
everyone needs AI art, right?
now that artists have seen that treatment is like, well, now like even if you are a more ethical version by asking people
Mhm.
for data sets, like why should I I'm not gonna give my art to you, like I already seen what the AI art can do. Kind of deal, and how unethical the whole practice has been. So like,
Yep.
it's already soured the mood. So it's
yeah,
very unlikely any future iterations would arrive with proper data set that's not stolen images.
Mhm. And yeah, there's
I-
also so many people just like trying to pass AI art as something they drew, or using it to add to like make commissions for people and things like that, and that's just so unethical.
Yeah. Using CC0. Like even that's still hard, right? Like finding public domain images to like base your but finding enough public domain images
Yeah.
to work off, like that's still a lot. Like you could do that with photos, but like with like drawings, it's a lot harder, especially if you're going for one specific style, like for example, anime in this case. For like, was it waifu diffusion?
Mhm.
Yeah, like there's a reason they haven't gone for CC0 images, and just like I believe that's like the lack of data set. I guess we'll maybe in like a decade when copyrights start expiring. Like I think what was it, Steamboat Willie is like
Mhm.
getting into
Yeah.
public domain soon. So like I guess you could use those as inputs, but of course then whatever model uses those will always be like decades behind. in
Yeah,
art
of course,
style.
because you're
So,
always using like
yeah.
very old
Yeah,
Source material.
always old pieces of cartoons. It'll reflect on the time, and also like it'll contain a lot of like stuff that cartoons at the time have, like for example
Of
the
course.
noise.
Yeah.
Like because of the medium they use, like the what is it, cell shading and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So which might not necessarily be well, if you're looking for that aesthetic, that would be very pleasing. But like if you're not looking for that aesthetic, well, actually, even if you are looking for that aesthetic, it does pose a problem because like it's basically noise. So like it will trip up the AI like training process a bit as well. I think pretty sure waifu diffusion only works as well as it does because
it has a giant training set.
Because well, no, aside from the giant training set, it's because like the lines are so clear defined, like there's not a lot of noise unlike traditional art. So like you can like with the AI you can go with two ways with the data, right? Either it's very clean or it's very noisy, so to make it realistic. So in this case, going for a very clean data set makes the output kind of more workable with more English more easier to work with.
Yeah, I wonder how it works. Like I don't know too much about AI, but I wonder like what it would do if you gave it really noisy inputs. Because like I would expect it to just replicate the noise somehow, but
well, like part of the training is of course like getting like sort of like you're not just feeding the images directly. You're with image-based training, you always in some form you kind of reduce it into like let's say the same amount of pixels every time. Maybe it's monochrome. Maybe the color information is separated in a different way. Like what was it? Three was it 3 blue 1 brown? Did a video on the process. Was it?
Oh, really? I should watch that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Fun.
Yeah. It's on their homepage, in fact. But what is a convolution? So yeah, discrete convolutions.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I
that's
think
another.
Stand Up Mats also did a different video covering like how you would use a convolution to like manipulate an image into a form you would work with.
That reminds me that there's another fun related thing. Because the M1 and the M2 and stuff have the neural engine, and apparently what that actually is it's a 16-bit floating point convolution engine basically, and so you can use it to accelerate basically any operation where you're okay with 16-bit float precision, and you can express it as a series of convolutions or something like that. So I wonder if we could use it not just for like machine learning, but also just to accelerate like image processing and stuff like that, because you can't do that on macOS because Apple just makes you use their ML framework. But maybe we can do that on Linux.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I don't suppose. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the neural engine stuff is like kind of out of scope, right, for Asahi? Because...
Oh no, there's someone working on it already. I think they already reverse engineered it enough to run like kernels on it. So they have like a demo Python driver.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait, was it? Was it the secure enclave that was out of scope instead?
I don't really think there's anything like truly out of scope. I think the only thing that's kind of difficult is AMX, because that's a CPU like instruction set feature that is non-standard, and I think even if someone added support to Linux for it downstream, it's very, very unlikely that it would be upstreamed. So
was AMX the one related to Rosetta stuff?
No, that's the Matrix extension. So that's another like Matrix processing accelerator. For example, I think you can use AMX for some of the machine learning stuff that is not supported by the neural engine. So it's just like an extra matrix processor, but it's actually integrated into the CPUs. So Yeah, it's kind of a completely different beast from the neural engine, which works on memory buffers. But yeah, that one sounds a little bit difficult to support in practice for like, practical reasons. But I don't think anything is like really out of scope.
Yeah, I just figured like anything anything similar to like NVIDIA tensor cores or whatever machine learning stuff would be like really. Actually, no, I don't know why I thought that, because I ultimately they're just matrix, like most of them are just like matrix calculator, like accelerators kind of steals. So I guess, yeah, as long as you can kind of figure out the format, I guess nothing's really out of scope.
And also, I don't know how that works, but I heard that the neural engine is like involved with the camera processing, I guess, for like face detection and stuff like that.
Yes and no. So like if you do use ARKit, MLKit rather, the OS itself kind of uses it, but it doesn't always use it. So it depends on the current system usage of the current system usage of the CPU, GPU, and the neural engine. It will split up the tasks between the three. So like you're not guaranteed it will run on the neural. You cannot guarantee at all that it will run on the neural engine. It might run on the GPU instead.
So I mean, no, I don't mean like the ARKit stuff. I mean like I think there's something actually in the like camera processor that directly sends something to the neural engine. So I'm guessing it's for like portrait or like photo processing or portrait detection and that kind of thing. But not ARKit.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, there's something weird there, but we don't know how it works. So that might be
another
adventure.
Yeah, partially because like it's Apple only, right? Like it's not exposed to the developers.
It's like an internal thing in the drivers and the firmwares. Lots of stuff to do though, and also the next thing I'm working on, I started on my previous dev stream, is the OpenCL. So once that's working, which shouldn't take that long, that once I get compute working, that should also be useful for machine learning, both the training and running, and also just general image processing stuff. So that should be fun now once it works.
Also, in my infinite wisdom, I have partially because like I can't justify running my computer in Indonesia it's like 100% of the time. So, like I haven't set up any, like I think you were also talking about this with Luna, where like not running a Nextcloud or whatever to access your files. So, and I also haven't copied over the files to a hard disk. So, like I think the only things I copied over to the cloud were like, what was it? The last Inochi file I made, and I think that's it. I think that's the only thing I backed up, and
Please back up your stuff. It's so important.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like a lot of it, I don't feel is, I don't think is very important until I need it.
That's always how it goes, right? It's like, this is fine, and then you lose it, and it's like, oh no.
Because like what I do a lot of the time, like I think about every year I used to like spring clean sort of my files. So like what I do is like I did back up my files, and then I found out that like very little of it I kind of like actually copied back over into my running system. Like I'd reinstall Windows and everything from scratch, clean install, and then I'd copy back some files over, and like I think the only things I completely forgot that actually were important were like private keys for like a server.
Oh, that's that's important. Yeah.
Fortunately, the server itself wasn't that important, so right now I'm just praying it doesn't go down. But like it's also not like mission critical, so it's like, oh well, whatever. Like I'm not gonna poke someone at home to like turn on the machine, because like they'd have to log in, two, they'd have to like also set up all the cloud stuff, like the self-hosted cloud stuff that I haven't set up, higher. So
Yeah,
too much hassle for something that's not that important, I think.
Yeah, it definitely takes some effort.
Yeah. Oh, recently I was like, so before you put me on stream, I did hastily switch over to this transparent PNG. But I had to dig up like actually dig up an old PSD for it, to export to export a transparent, because like I'm right now I'm working with my artist to like renew sort of like redesign, and like I can't reuse the redesign, not because I don't want to spoil it, but because it's because it's still in redesign. A lot of the clothing's not done. So a lot of it is a lot of my body is not covered, so I wasn't sure it was safe to show on stream. Yeah.
Yeah. It's always fun when like you see like a broken up model, like when I was running T2D on my crazy Python debug driver, and there was like glitches and things would disappear, and
Yeah,
because like a really cursed render.
Yeah.
I think we've been talking for quite a while. So probably should move on to the last part of the stream. Anything else you want to say or talk about?
I think that should be it. I don't know if are you coming with? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, no, that should be it for at least on stream.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should I jump over to the other room, or are you gonna direct me?
Yeah, you can just jump over. Yeah. So thank you very much for coming, and thank you for your work on documenting T2D and on everything else you're doing. That was a really nice talk. So thank you, Higasa. Thank you so much, Higasa, everyone.
Thank you.
Alright,
Bye
see ya. Bye bye. Alright. So that was our last guest for the day. And I still have some stuff to do though. So give me another quick couple of minutes and I'll be right back. And then we're gonna play some games. Alright, just a minute. first part of the stream, I thought we might play some games. Or at least one game. I've never done a game stream on my channel here. I did try doing a Mario Kart collab with Luna on Twitch, and that was kind of a disaster technologically. My old computer couldn't keep up even at 30 FPS. But now, with the M2, I am pretty sure we can handle it at 60, so let's give it a shot. So I was thinking of playing some Mario Kart, and I've never done this before, like the streaming a game like that. So I think I can create, a room or something like that. Does anyone want to join? Does anyone have Mario Kart for the Switch? Because I think I can create a tournament, right? And then anyone can join. Let's see if I can get, this is not emulated. This is a real Switch with a real capture card. I'm not emulating Mario Kart, and besides, like, gaming online with an emulated game is a whole different, can of worms. So I'm trying to create a tournament. Does anyone want to join, or, because if I don't get anyone, then I'll just have to, I think Luna at least can join. Let me just ping everyone. Maybe I should ping the Null Pointer Live server. Let's see, what arc do I use? Luna's gonna make some food first. Okay, let's see. Actually, I'm thinking I might just ping, at least, on my channel on the Pointer Live. Because otherwise I could just play online if nobody's gonna join. Unless, I guess you would play against the CPU if, there's nobody there, I guess? I don't actually know how tournaments work. I've never done one. I'm just gonna create a name here. Sorry we're not having any of this set up ahead of time, but I was kind of rushing to get the stream set up, but hopefully it won't take very long. Oh wait, this is too long now. Apparently you have to set a time in intervals of 30 minutes, so I guess that means we need to wait for like 9 minutes or something like that. Oh wait, so it has like a start time and then end time, but then it has a race count? I don't know, I don't even know how this works. And probably, people with the number only? Is anyone gonna join, or should I just do like a regular race against, cause I can just play on the internet and, lose against, Japanese people are really good at Mario Kart. If anyone wants to join, please say something! I think we have one person at least. Alright, so, normal items. Today, starting at 8:30. So we need to wait a few minutes. Unless, can I start it in the past and then it's already started? Maybe I can just do that. Let's just try. And, let's do 1 hour. And then there's a preset number of races. So 1 hour should be at least 16 races, right? Sounds about right. I think that should work. Okay, I got a code. Looks like it works. I'll put it on the chat. And let's get the screens showing. And I can also put it in here. Just 1 second. Okay, hopefully that works. So this is Mario Kart 8 for the Nintendo Switch. And let's see if someone joins. know I have at least one friend. Yes, 8 Deluxe. I guess I should, like, I shouldn't have a desk here. I should have, like, a controller, but I don't have I don't have a controller model. We have someone. I think I know what that is. Hello. Konbanwa. Then let me fix my... There we go. Let's just get rid of the keyboard. Who needs a keyboard? We're playing games. I think we're getting at least one more. Hello. All right. So let's get started. I'm pretty sure you can join halfway through, so that should be fine if anyone else wants to join. What should we pick? Oh yeah, feel free to join! Alright, let's go! Good start. Oh no, that was the wrong curve. I don't know this track very well yet. That was not the right angle there. Oh no, don't fall off. I really like this version of Rainbow Road though, because this stuff is so cool. This was just released the other day, right? It's one of the new DLC maps. And it has some really cool design. Here we go. I like this part here. Also, I like this song. And then he got to the moon! And I'm first, apparently. Oh no! Hey, let's go! Come on! Come on! It's also just one lap, right? It's one of those mega maps with one lap. I don't know how to get the height on that jump. Oh no! Oh no! That didn't work. No, come on! Oh, no, let's do this fast thing. Stop! She runs the on! Not bad! Let's see, what do we do? I think it's gonna be this one. Let's see if anyone else joins. Okay, let's go for it. Can't turn for some reason. Did I mess up and like lock it or something? I didn't see a setting that about whether it was locked or not. There was a thing about changing groups every 4 races, but I didn't think that was what we wanted. This should be the latest version. I mean, it's just, you know, like the game, it updates itself, so... No, this is on a Switch. Oh! I'm kind of trailing behind on this one. I had to get the double item. That's not a very useful item here. Ah, here's the shortcut. Why is everyone using like a hacked Switch? Like, I just have the game. Everyone in the chat is talking about versions and atmosphere stuff, and like, I don't know, I just have the game and it just updates itself. Oh no! Ah! I'm not doing well this time. Okay, at least I passed that one. Alright, let's see what next. Let's go at random. Oh, we have more people! Yay! Welcome! See you, X-Doctor! Thanks for coming! So Nanase here, who is winning, is the artist that made my model! Did I mention that? Oh, yeah! 来てくれてありがとうね。いくよ。 Let's see. That drifted the wrong way. Oh no, that was not a coin. I think I just broke that Pusha. Oh no! Whoever's first should thank me for that. Oh no! At least I got the mushroom. Ah, but the thunder. Okay, got some boosts. At least. Let's see. Okay, third place. No. Okay, third place. Yeah. How's the video, by the way? Is it smooth? Like 60 FPS smooth? Because it was really bad when I tried that one last time on the old computer. Does the Tiny Linux Mac Mini HDMI output support 4K? It should. The HDMI output, yes. We got more people. Welcome. Gotcha. Oh no. And there's Nana-se. I'm also not playing on a very good screen. It's like a tiny little thing I have here because I have a nice screen for this and I couldn't find it. I lost the screen. How silly is it? Like a big-ish portable 4K screen. I'm not driving well. I said I couldn't find it. Like last time I used that for the stream, and now I'm on a tiny little display that I normally use to preview my avatar. There's a lot of people here all bunched up. second place. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, second. Ah, that was close. Yeah, it should be 1080p, if I'm not mistaken. Everyone picks that one! I'm the only one who picked the Christmas one. I wonder how the GPU of the Switch compares to the M1. I think the M1 should be better. It definitely has more memory bandwidth, a lot more. And I mean, the Switch is kind of somewhat outdated. Not like terrible, but like, you know, it's quite a bit smaller chip, so the M1 should be faster. The M1 is also just a lot more silicon, right? Like physically. I am not aiming for the coins very well today. Oh. Let's take the alternate route. Oh no, it hit me. I should have had that. Oh no, I'm gonna get hit. No. Oh, it's getting really tight here. This is fun though. Like I usually play with like a couple friends, and then we mostly beat the CPUs. But now we have more people. It's a lot of fun. Thank you for coming, everyone. Oh no! Ah, second place. Okay, I'm really getting hit now. That did not go very well. Come on, give me something good. That's kind of okay, I guess. Not enough. Oh no, it got stolen! No! Ah, it's place. Aww. Yeah, maybe I should do like actual gaming streams. Okay. I know what I'm picking. I like this map. This track. Yoshi Circuit. I think I should be able to do up to 16 players or something like that. Wait, no, 12, right? No, sorry, 12 players. Alright, second place. We can do this. That. Maybe we can. Alright. Getting somewhere. Hello, Mama-chan. This is a very fast track. Gotcha! Can I get some boosts? No! Okay, that was not necessary, but it would have worked. No! Oh no! Come on, come on! You can get back. Mama-chan! Oh! Wait, did she cancel it? Very fast race! Come on! Okay, that one's for you. No! Oh no! There was a was trading! Oh! Oh no! Oh! That's it, isn't it? No! No! Oh, face! I think I could get second or something. That was pretty intense at the end there. The game shouldn't be region locked. I'm pretty sure we have people from outside Japan. Yeah, the lobby's pretty cute, right? Cute and cool. Alright. This is another fun map. In the past, played quite a bit. Like, me and my friends over here have like a set of maps we like and we play them all the time. And we haven't done this one recently, but it used to be one of the ones, we played a lot. for you. And now I get a turbo. Let's keep that in reserve. That was a good idea. Alright, double item. Let's go! Let's see, when do I want to burn that turbo? Oh no! Okay, I think... Ah, that was good. Alright, there we go. Sorry, you get toys. And first! Sorry, Nanase. Come on, Nat. My duty's gonna pass me again. Oh no, that's Momo. Oh, that was a single. No! Oh my god. I was good, like, at the very end. Come on, give me something. Oh no! Oh my. Okay, that was that. What was that ending? Wow. Okay, that was fun. Momo has 95 points. Oh my god. Nina, your me is really good and accurate. Thank you so much. Actually, Nanase made that for me. I had a less accurate version, and she like fixed it for me. So the same artist that made my para made by me. I'm not a very good artist, even for stuff like me's. I saw that you can get the red frame glasses though. That's pretty cool. Oh, the Zelda map. That one's fun because like all the sound effects are Zelda themed. Oh, yeah! Little thief! Ah! I didn't get her. Oh, someone has a boomerang! Oh, no! Ah! Oh, oh. No. Oh, that was close. I thought that was a coin for a second. Okay, let's go. There we go. Oh. Okay, can I do something with this? Can I shortcut? Maybe. That overdid it, but that worked. We're at third already? Who's ahead of me? Momo and who else? Oh no! that was dumb. Oh, it's still waiting for me. Oh, it's getting crowded. Oh no! I always end up getting messed up near the end. Okay, 4th place. It's like 1st, 2nd, and then on the last lap. Top of the stream, it's just another media capture card that I actually got this morning. Because my old one didn't work very well with the Switch, and yeah, it's just OBS on an M2 running Asahi Linux. And the audio is actually analog because I was running into some issues with that with my previous capture card, and also pipe wire when devices reconnect. And it at the very last minute, after I set this one up, I said, okay, let's just leave it with the analog version instead of trying to complicate things. So the audio is going into my interface via analog, so that's why there's a tiny bit of noise. And yeah, the video is just an Evermedia USB capture card. My power is actually working pretty well for me. It's just that there's apparently some crash bugs that I should just debug and figure out what's going on. But yeah, I don't have time to debug things for the stream. I just got everything very last minute yesterday and today, so I decided to just not do the things that sounded like it could crash it, and it's worked so far. The thing about this capture card is it does a weird thing where that was bad driving. When the input resolution changes, it apparently reconnects via USB. And I think that's because it tries to present the native resolution only via USB, and to do that it has to re-enumerate. Oh no! But that also means the audio reconnects, and piped wire seems to sometimes die when a card reconnects. I don't know why. I'll have to look into it. I am not doing very well here. I should stop talking about pipe wire while driving. Okay, catching up. I am invisible and invincible. Okay, I can cut right through here. Nice. Oh no! Should have held that. I hit her though. Oh, that was close. Alright, let's go. Can I catch up to someone here? Should have done the double. Okay, let's play it safe. I'm second. Oh no! Come on, second. I can do second. Oh! Oh my! While not hovering while you get a drift boost, you can hop. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you. It looks like we all went for the same thing. Okay, but I need to do it without messing up like I just did there. I'm not used to it. Maybe I should leave that for next time. Get some practice doing it. I like this song. Oh no! That one's for you. Oh, no. Looks like Momo fell off. There we go. And Neptune is first. I'm coming for you. Let's play it safe first. Because there's a high likelihood of blue shell showing up at some point, so probably don't need to rush it. Oh, that was a bit dumb. Yes. Alright, not bad. Let's go. I have some protection. But I hear people behind me, so... let's just go for it! No! Yeah, because it only works if it's right before... Oh, no! Oh, no! I hit some... Oh, no! Oh my god, it's always at the very end! It's always at the very end! Alright, that's how Mario Kart goes. I was wondering... Oh, that's fine. I was wondering if I should, throw the 2 rotating shells and then use the, stationary one. And I decided not to, and, I lost. Yeah, it's really cool, like, it really equalizes the, the skill level of people, so it's a really fun game to play with everyone. Is this on the M1? The streaming setup is on the M2. The game is just on the Switch. But thanks to the M2, I can stream at 60 FPS with software encoding, which I couldn't on my previous streaming machine. Well, that was quite the start. no! Alright, let's see if I can catch up. This game is good at letting you catch up. If you get lucky. No, that didn't work. Thought I could sneak in. I couldn't. Alright. Ah, that was weird. No! Oh, almost fell off there. Let's go. Hey, don't hit me. Alright. Evaded that. 4th place. 10 coins. Double item. That's not bad. But nothing I can hit the next person with, though. It's just... Oh, no! I miscalculated. Oh, no! And then it just got pushed over. Why is it always at the end? Oh, my God. I'm so bad! Oh... It's like every race, it's the same story. Alright, what's next? Let's go random. You're right, I'm broking my position number, but I'm telling you anyway! Thank you for the super charge, Itigo! I'll read it in a bit once I get a chance. Oh, scary. I do not know this map very well. Yes, this is worth taking. I guess you get a coin at least. Whoa, that was close. Oh, someone took a shortcut. And it didn't work, I guess. Oh, that was stupid. Oh no! Come on, come on! Come on! Second place! Hey Lina, hope you have a great New Year's Eve. Thank you you for your contributions and for your entertaining streams. People like you make this world a better place. Thank you so much for your super chat, Itakeo! See you, Nanase! 来てくれてありがとう! Everyone wants to go to Paris. Alright, Paris time! Let's go! Let's see, we're gonna use that. Well, I'll just use that now because I thought I might get hit. Oh no! And I have no coins, that's not good! Let's get some coins. Let's get some coins! She said, missing the coins! Alright. That was a good angle on the turbo. As I knew that was gonna happen. Okay. There we go. Got someone. Oh, that was close. I'm third place. No, what am I doing? Missed the turn. Oh no, I was gonna use that star. Ah. Ah, it's always crazy at the end. Come on, let's go, 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 let's go! Third place! Double item! Okay, good, that's good, because now I can be invincible! Oh no, that was stupid! Alright, let's go, third place, yes! Whew. Yep, looks like the world tour. Alright. I set the tournament to end at 9:30, so we have a bit under 15 minutes left. I'm assuming it will end then even if there are like races left on the counter. Otherwise we'll just end it because I don't want this to take forever, but I'm having a lot of fun. that borrowed turbo was not enough to cross that mental note, but now I have real turbos. Oh no! Let's regain some speed. Someone missed the curve. And someone slammed into me. And they're not cut. Oh no! No coins. Almost. Let's go! Oh, I got stolen again! And now I'm gonna get hit! Okay, we got something. I think I can cross with this. Oh, that didn't work that well. Let's find it. Oh, no! Oh, okay. At least nothing weird's gonna happen now. Ah, 5th place. That was tough. All right, 10 more minutes. Let's go! I think I haven't won any races, right? I think I always just like second at the at best. Should also get better screen because part of it is the screen, but part of it is just not being very good at this. Okay. I really like the little like yay thing that she does on the jumps. Okay, so I could have used the turbo for a shortcut there. I need to make a note of that on this map. Okay, second place. I thought. Oh no! Oh, okay, that's. I thought that was off limits. Still second place. Do not fall off. Almost messed up there. Okay, I could have used the turbo there. Let's just cut a bit. Oh no, that was dumb. Ah, well, okay, not that bad. Alright. That's a good item to have at this point in the race. I just want to play it safe and get second place because I don't think I'm gonna catch up to her. Unless I get lightning, and that would suck. difficult. Okay, I can't see what I'm doing, but come on. Alright. There we go. Second place. Here we go. No! Oh my god, it's always like that. I got sniped again! And by a CPU of all things? Huh. Maybe just 1 or 2 races left. Not sure how the timer counts. Alright, let's start. First place, second place, first place. Did not get the coin, but that's okay. Let's get these drifts. That was, oh no. Still didn't get any coins. Let's get some here. One of these. I couldn't get her. Oh, the ball! Oh my god! Okay, that was close. That was really tight. Let's just mess some people up here. Ah, they got stolen! Alright, but at least they got protection now. Second place. And the first place is a CPU. I think the CPU has gotten stronger with the latest update. They used to not be this good. I did set the CPU to, like hard difficulty. And usually I wouldn't have trouble beating them, but I think they've tweaked that at some point. Okay, let's get the dice turbo there, and another one here. And there's some coins, maybe, I'm not sure if I got that, and... Okay, got some there, need one more, and like banana is a good thing to have here. I am first place. Be gone, green shell! That's not useful other than to steal it from the next person. 10 coins! And I think Mama is trailing me. See if I can, let's see if I can not mess up the driving. And then lightning came. I want a good item here. Oh no! Oh no! Well, I guess that was bound to happen. Second place, but not bad. No, I did not see that coming. Now, come on, give me something, give me something, give me something, give me something. Yes, give me that, give me that, give me that. No, 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 no. Oh my god. Ah. It's always at the very end. And now I'm just losing to bananas and I'm gonna... 7th place. What's my luck today? Okay, I really messed up the turbos there because I couldn't see what I was doing. Alright, and that's the end of it. So, I got second place apparently. Well, Nanase was gonna get second place, but she dropped out. So not bad. Congrats, Momo-chan! 来てくれてありがとう! Yeah, I also don't have the crying emotion rigged up yet. But I really should. Alright, thank you everyone for coming. That was tons of fun. And I should do it again. And I can properly plan it so everyone knows when it's happening. It was kind of a surprise though, with the controller and the thumbnail. I was kind of hoping some people would get some hints. Yes, Momo's really good. She's really, really, really good. I play with her every now and then, and yeah, she's good. Hey, Mary, thank you for joining. Even if you joined at the end, thank you so much. Okay, that was quite. That was a lot of fun. That was quite the match. So. I think it's time to say goodbye pretty soon. Alright, thank you so much everyone for coming to my New Year's stream. I hope you enjoyed it. It was pretty different from what I usually do, but it was a lot of fun. I thank you so much everyone who came to my calling. Thank you Asami, thank you Hikari, thank you Akinya, thank you Meiji, thank you Yumerin, thank you Sigash, thank you Luna, thank you Higasamitsu, thank you everyone so much for joining. Thank you everyone who joined to watch. And yeah, I'm pretty tired. My voice is a bit rough by now, but it was worth it. It was a lot of fun. So I think I'll be getting some dinner now and a lot of rest. And I hope you all have a wonderful Happy New Year. And see you all in 2023 with new streams all at 60 FPS now, running on an M2. And yeah, don't worry, we'll be going back to our regular stuff also, but I'll throw in more streams like this. So thank you so much for joining! Thank you so much. It was a great year, and I'm really happy that I started VTubing this year. And there's still a few months to go for the first year anniversary, but we'll do something for that too. So,